Hi. Oh shit, I hear myself. Hold on, hold on. Okay. Okay, that should be good. That should be good. I was like, I hope this is good. Works. Streaming. No. This one. Hey. I'm speaking this time. Let's go, baby. Okay, no. We're doing the animation for the cat. It draws. Where was it? Can you draw some for me? Is this stream rated E? Nah, it ain't rated E for everyone. I'm sorry, man. But yeah, doing the animation for this time. I asked a question on the Facebook group. Bend Denise. Yeah, so I'm making him bend. I'm not sticking much to the skeleton, but yeah. So I'm okay with this because I want it to last at least 2 seconds. Can you draw Stell booty for me? I'll send you the DM. Bro, fun. Maybe next stream, yeah, sure. Okay. When I finish this fucking project, yeah, I'll draw a Stell booty. I have nothing to do but to just draw on my summer vacation. I'll do that. I promise. But for now, I gotta finish this. I gotta clean everything up. That way I don't have to worry about it anymore. Jump, bend more. I guess I could move the frame. Oh yeah, that's what I think. Do. Bend more here, or maybe I could emphasize it for more seconds. Let me see. Let me see if that's working. Move it. Oh, yeah, I'll move it like a little more. Yeah, I'll try. Oh, we can move this. We could see the animation. Oh, maybe the bend here. That's it. Okay, that works. Yeah, that works. That works. Like, let's do that. What if I move? This is like a lot. Jeez. 48 sprites. 48 sprites. Oh, that makes it good. That makes it good. Oh shit. Alright. 48 sprites. We're doing it that way. We're doing it that way. Okay. I'll draw free fall, don't worry. I'll draw now, okay? I'll draw big booty stuff. For now, let me do this. Jesus. Okay. I think here. Okay. This is the most important frames. Climb on. We could just copy paste these two frames. It doesn't really matter. Yeah, for now, let's. We have just the legs. We just need the legs. We are speed running this. We have a deadline of 2 weeks. We have 2 weeks to. I had 2 weeks to. I had 2 weeks, but I didn't do it. We gotta speed run. Oh, everything will be like weird proportions. I'm doing this. So like doesn't matter. Yeah, I'm doing this band. It doesn't matter what pattern is. But they won't see it. They won't notice it. They won't notice those. The pain in the ass would be probably coloring. We're doing this on one layer. Pose. Rest. I'm gonna draw the tail and scarf later. As you see in the background, there's like thing moving, so if like notice probably this little animation. Yeah, it's like the reason why I don't do that, do a scarf immediately, because for flowy animations, you might as well scarf it last. And then you can just, when you're sketching, it's like you can just rotate, and then start tracing. So probably for this guy, I'm gonna put the tail like this, and then the scarf will go along here. What I'm doing, what I'm planning to do. I think the music's overpowering your. Oh yeah, okay, okay. Let me just lower it. Let me just lower it. Is that good? Should be good, right? I'm sorry. I'm my voice is too weak. I'm sorry. Hee thanks. Uh, maybe like no. Wait. Why am I following the? Why am I following the idle animation? I'll just keep there. You could adjust the ball. Again, doesn't really matter. You'll see this like in a split. You're not really gonna see it, but wait, that's just bad. I'm gonna cover this either way. Yeah, there we go, like that. He's grabbing the knife behind the kunai. He's grabbing the kunai out, and it stays wrong. This is like a weird pose that I did. It's such a weird angle too. It's like it should not look like this. Yeah, here we are. So, big coffee. Uh, so I made it like this. Like there's like various reasons why cats can show their emotion through through their ears, right? Okay, there's a thing though. We're using the scarf, only the scarf, as a way to represent hair. Because if you notice how your character moves, it has the scarf on, and it felt wrong that it's just that. So I wanted to incorporate hair movement on the E. I want that was originally the plan, especially since we planned to use bone animation rather than drawing them one by one like a fucking pleb. And it's smaller. It's smaller even. So like if you're gonna do bone animation, yeah, I'd suggest you go do it if you can implement it properly. But we're kind of rushing it, and I have no time to learn new software and new software, new new shit. Especially since we had what we have like 4 projects on the way. So we have a capstone, we have a game dev, which is what I'm doing right now. We have an API project, which it's just an application, but we have to fucking make a Flutter app for it. And then now we have to install a goddamn Android Studio again, which I hate. I hate installing Android Studio because it is so laggy. Like even if you upgrade your storage, your memory, it is still gonna fucking crash out. You're gonna want 64 gigabytes of RAM for that shit. I'm not saying that you can't run Android Studio and like 8 gigabytes of laptop. I have done that before. But I'm not I'm not willing to just waste my fucking time on it. Right, Christ. Oh, it's loading. I'm gonna save it in case it crashes. uh, I'm not gonna just uh want to install shit like that again. Honestly, it's like a pain in the ass to already do so, and now you're gonna force me to install another goddamn project. I am pissed, and as a project manager, I have to juggle all of these fucking documentation, stupid shit, and now I have to deal with a fucking Kotlin, which I have Kotlin before. Uh, it's just that I don't really like using it. It sucks. It sucks. Like as much as you'd like to like say, oh, but Android applications are built upon Kotlin. Yeah, true. Yeah, Android Studio crashed my laptop twice. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm only limited to working on my PC. Yes, I mean, okay, look, our professor, like Sir Raynard is like, he chill. He has Android Studio on his laptop. He has that. He has that on his tiny ThinkPad size looking netbook laptop. Honestly, I would like to have that kind of laptop, but I won't even be able to draw on that size. It's too small. Like my screen right now is like what? Like 15.6 inches. That's like still kind of small to me, but like I'm making it work. Like this is a small screen. This entire thing is a small screen for me. I like even if I draw small, it's just that the fact that my drawing tablet is small. That's why it's complementing it, you know. But yeah, Android Studio, I would not want to use that ever again, but it's forcing me to use it. I'm not comfortable with Kotlin. I like Java. I like everything that's I have to fix. I like Java, don't get me wrong, but priced above what okay, why is that like sketch area? What the oh shit. I priced above I cannot handle Android Studio. It sucks. The way that it was taught to me was horrible. It was not engaging. Uh just showed a few fucking slides. I tried to implement what I was learning, and then apparently we're supposed to do something that was not even taught to us. Which, by the way, if you're gonna teach something, at least like hint at it. You know, if you're not gonna teach the whole thing, hint at it. At least my fucking my teachers back then would like teach us GIMP because like Photoshop wasn't allowed because Google and Microsoft was breathing down their necks, so we were forced to use Ubuntu. And we had GIMP. We had GIMP on our PCs. I learned how to use GIMP. I liked how to use GIMP. I used it for photo editing. That not for drawing. If you're gonna draw on free software, don't use GIMP. It sucks. It's retarded. Okay. I'm saying the R word hard because it felt like it. I felt like I am being slowed down by a. Oh, okay. What is that? Yeah, I think like okay. I feel like I'm being held back by my own uh lack of intelligence. Not sure because I don't understand what the hell's going on Kotlin. I just know you just put stuff, you put it, make sure everything's in a relative layout. But I prefer constraint. If you're not a developer and you're watching this, you're gonna have a hard time like understanding what the fuck is this guy talking about. It's like I prefer constraint because it's a static one. You know, like you know how websites are static, they're not dynamic, they don't look flashy and shit. Yeah, that's the thing. But for uh other websites or at least for I mean but for Kotlin, right? There you go. Oh, I'm all over the place. But for Kotlin to just uh force you on a constraint and it's not even possible to use that kind of fucking widgets in the goddamn layout, it pisses me off. And every time you try to do something, it's like, God damn, oh, you can't do it. You can't do it because it's laggy. Also, I'm gonna freeze your laptop now. Because you have to install a lot of shit. And I hate it. So if you're gonna use Android Studio, just use a Type C cell phone. You could just use micro USB types of cell phone, but if you're planning to go back that far, yeah, that is like a horrible arm. I am glad we're just gonna see this in a split. I am glad. It is so crap. Oh, that's not even the right angle. Why am I being nitpicky on this in animation? I'm planning to finish this tonight. I'm planning. Oh shit! I'm planning to finish this shit tonight. I am not gonna stop streaming until this is over, because God knows I'm gonna fall asleep. Uh, coding, writing, drawing this shit, writing. I am high right now. Yeah, I should go a little like this. A little like that. There you go. A little poor cat. I like how the hand here is smaller. Doesn't feel right, especially since I'm doing the most cartoony hand. Obviously, something like that. Something like that. Yeah, that works, right? That works. Maybe like doing upper body. There is a downside to like animating critter. I wish that when you click on the layer, it selects it like that, right? But like when you do it here, it doesn't. Oh, I guess it's okay. It's okay that they don't do it. Oh, okay. Sure. It's okay that they don't do it. Kind of annoying for me. I don't know. I wish they could have a toggle for that. Makes it faster for me. Or maybe I'll get used to it. I already got used to Krita, so I'm not moving to CSP anytime soon. Maybe like autos. CSP is okay, honestly, but it's not like not really for anime. I mean, it is for animation. It's that you're looking for something free. You just want to test the waters on animation. That is horrible, by the way. This is horrible. What the fuck am I doing? Okay, if you're trying to test the waters for uh animation, yeah, go ahead. Use whatever the fuck you want. No one's stopping you. It's a fucking no one's stopping you. It's your laptop. It's your gear. I'm not. What am I supposed to do when you I don't know paid tons of money or not really tons of money? Depends. You have to invest it. It's an investment once you buy CSP. And I'm not talking about cracking it or something. No, I'm talking about like actually purchasing it so you could have all these updates, all these features. you're gonna have to actually uh invest a lot of time because you spent your money on this. You better put where your mouth is. You know? Put your money where your mouth is. Want him to grab. Like that. Okay, so yeah, move this arm. Cool. It's an investment if you try to waste money on stuff like that. To be fair, if even looking for a crack version scary because some of them are unsafe unless there are some if you look for Pirate Bay, cool, but it's risky. Not really not really safe anymore to do Pirate Bay. There are some sites that uh I am not allowed to say what those sites are. But yeah, there are sites. There are sites online. There's this uh Facebook, not Facebook, Instagram uh account. Omanji Sushido Sung Sung would lie. Okay, I forgot the rest of the lyrics. But yeah, if you're gonna if you're gonna check for pirated sites, yeah, you could try looking around, but don't go Pirate Bay anymore. If you have something, uh, if you find a proper website for pirate, you go ahead. I prefer that you torrent it, double check the files. Maybe that's a fucking Bitcoin mining shit. Because honestly, even I have honestly even free shit that you think that, oh, they're safe, they're safe. No, they're not. I have T launcher. I know some Russian guys like checking my account. I was like, okay, we'll use this as a backup in case private Vladimir runs out of funds. We could steal from this poor Filipino. Oh yeah, hold on. I what the fuck am I talking about earlier? My sister came in the room. Jesus, and man's shouting fucking curiosities. I got 2 subscribers. Somehow, nah, I gotta listen to that, bro. The right. I think it like that is good. That is good. I mean, make the leg. I want to make it thick, you know, a little thickness. Crouching. He's crouching. That's why. And then this bends backward. Little oomph on that shit. No, that looks horrible. That looks horrible. I'm trying to like just speed the leg up here because it's just like you're gonna see this on a split. You're not even gonna notice it. Like you're not even gonna notice it. You're gonna notice like the jump animation here. So yeah, it doesn't matter. Just get the leg up here. I wanna mirror some of these, but like it feels wrong, you know. But I just learned how to animate like what 4 weeks ago. It feels wrong to just I might have to like turn on the what the did I just do? Oh, okay. Might have to turn on onion layer. I have to lower it because like what the am I doing? Doing shit. I put it in the wrong layer. Fuck. That's fine. I can redo. I didn't even do the toes yet. It's probably. Jesus, man. Come on. I'll do it like that. Oh no, I have to redo. Son of a bitch. God damn it. I hate that. I hate it. At least we could get to like check what we did wrong. Okay, so I think we made it longer earlier. We can just immediately cut here to the leg. Okay, I'm running out of arm room. Yep. Then leg. Supposed to be leg. Could do doing a sketch here. I think we could do like this. There you go, like that. And then the toes. Or this is supposed to be the knee. I don't know why I added an additional knee here. I mean, that's how cats work, but like, Jesus, these cats have too much knees, man. The cats have too much knees. I'm at awe. Jesus. I'm doing like 3 fingers for the cat ship. They have like 4 fingers. The digits I'm going with. Probably draw ball here. This is like the knee area. There. And it goes second ball here, so like pivots like that. Then I could do thing here. There we go. That's what I wanted to do. That's what I wanted to do. Make a small little blueberry nubs. There you go. Base. That's the shit that I wanted. Not the one that I did earlier. Hope that's. I'm thinking of streaming on Twitch. I don't know, maybe a better hook there. I know it's competitive over there because it's live streaming. It's more competitive, obviously. But I'd rather do it there so I could play whatever the fucking music I want, and then I could just remove it on Twitch VODs. It doesn't have to record it. That's what I want to do. That's what I want to try. I don't want to just you know. I don't want to listen to just free fucking lo-fi music. I don't know how to separate the audio. I'm not a sound engineer. And I don't know how to use OBS that much efficiently. I know how to use the internet. That's it. You know, you're not getting anything else. Bit of a delay. I noticed that there's a bit of a delay on the YouTube side. There's one on Facebook. I'm streaming on Facebook as well. But I don't have a lot of likes. I don't have a lot of followers. I need 100 followers so I can live stream. I'm using my account. So y'all know who the fuck I am. Until then. That's a sin. Sin, Joaquin, don't do that. That's mean. Oh yeah, I've been listening to the Trash Days a while. And I saw Hassan Piker. I know he was a guest before in Trash Days, but the latest one is just 30 seconds in, you got politics already. It's not even Star Wars politics, man. It's not even like the meme kind of politics. It's literally just straight politics. I was like, God damn it. I wanted to watch anime for the fucking politics. Yes, I do. I do think this is fly line of. Let me just. If I want to do that, I'll just watch some fucking isekai and shit. I like isekai next to the guy, like next to Giga, or I like isekai more than. But it's really annoying to just talk about fucking politics all the time. Give me some dumb action. Our old favorites are kind of old. What do you mean old favorites? YouTubers? Is that what you meant? Anime man's kind of lame for me now. True, true. I mean, we're matured. We're getting mature. We're getting to the point where we're not that much obsessed with anime anymore. As much as you'd like to disagree with yourself that, oh, I still like anime and shit like that. I again, like me, I like conventions too. But you know, not really, we're not really into it that much anymore. Gigak's okay. Connor's probably my only favorite one. I'd say Gigak's okay. I say Gigak's okay for the fact that uh Gigak is there in the group and we know what he's done in the past and he does a lot of reviews for anime. So that's why I'd say yeah, Gigak's yeah, it makes sense. But for Connor has a lot of impact. He has impacted the Twitch community, the anime community a lot. Yeah, he has the higher reach than Gigak. Yeah, but not really. It's not really that I'm trying to shit on them. Those two, like, I'm not saying like, uh, fucking, Connor is like the, you know how if you watch any GMA news, if you're in the Philippines and you fucking watch any GMA shows, if there is Bitoy or Michael V in the goddamn show, you will watch it. Because we know Bitoy's funny. He's a comedian. He gets with the younger audiences. He's also hip with the crowd. He's unlike those other fuckers who just joins in because like what the fuck? It's too trendy nowadays. It's like no, it's not trendy anymore. Like it was trendy like probably like 6 months ago, but like why the fuck are you doing this now? It's probably trendy last year. I have to get a ref. I gotta trace my old drive. Look, guys, I'm tracing. Uh, but yeah, I'm not saying that you should, you should lower the fucking. That is like hard, non-sexual. Oh yeah, that's how I feel. I'm not saying like that. Just that I'm I'm saying that uh the dynamic of the trio works, but it's just that when it comes to reach, I'd say Connor pulls me more. Giga did pull me though. He is the one who pulled me to Trash Taste and introduced me to the two other guys. So I learned who the fuck Connor is through Trash Taste. It's like I hate the fact that I'm tracing my other drawing. one day I'll one day I'll start actually developing game rights for them. I really do. I really. That's why I went system development IT. I really just like video games. Got bored. That's what I got bored. I said, I'll join IT because I know computer shit. As was not saying I know every fucking. You can ask me like what the fuck an ISP is. I know. Oh, that's your internet service. That's it. Oh, can you hack into this washing machine? The moment that you fucking try to make me fix your goddamn washing machine, and the day that I'm going to add a fucking graphics card, an RGB fucking fan just to cool down the goddamn motors, that's the moment that I'm gonna fucking fix a washing machine, asshole. There's nothing wrong with electrical engineering, because that's at that point that's just electrical engineering. You're just you're just fixing the goddamn electricity of the goddamn if it broke. Electrical or mechanical? Oh yeah, you get the point. Really not my forte. But can your refrigerator play Doom? that's pretty much that's pretty much the feeling. That's the feeling of the fucking that's the feeling of that shit. Okay, so I gotta fix. I got I showed this to like a fucking international chat. I showed this to an international chat and they said, "Oh, I assume it's a girl." It's like shit. I had canon this character to be a girl. Actually, did head canon this as a fucking girl. I actually wanted this character to be a girl. They made it a fucking boy. I was like, oh, that's fine. I really do wish that my fucking this character I'm drawing right now is a boy. Why a girl? Why is it not a girl? It's not my game. I didn't make this shit. I didn't make the story. I didn't make this. It was just made up by some IT guy that is that is my group mate. He's cool. He's cool. Some bum shit. I changed her gender. There is no change. There is no change. Originally it was apparently a guy, but I really do like the concept that it's a girl. Because especially since we see felines like Come on, we see like we draw anime like this. We draw anime like this, right? That shit's a cat. Why the fuck do you think that it's shaped like a cat? Oh, wait, my Huyon just like look at that, right? We based the fucking drawing off cat. Also, I'm gonna have to adjust. I might have to like smoosh it a little bit. Oh, like maybe like that. Yeah, that works. That works. That fucking works. But yeah, okay, that does not work. Oh, that's horrible. It like only frames. Matter? Yeah, it does. Kinda does. I'm gonna have to like, okay, screw it. Clean everything. Tracing it was a horrible idea. We could still use it, but we're gonna have to read it. I'm gonna take a break later and grab some. Uh, maybe. I want to keep. Imagine you were tasked to animate a gender swap model. The amount of time you have to animate those frames would probably be. That's why I'm trying to make this as asexual as possible. Like I only gave this guy pants. I don't want to like. I could like. Oh, but he's topless. Yeah, that's the thing. But yeah, I still want to make this as asexual as possible. I don't want to like have anything else that's like fucking giving it a hint. 'Cause I don't want to do another gender, and I don't want my teacher to ask for a gender. Fuck. I don't want type A, type B all characters. Remember when anime games used to have male and female? Now, because of Western developers, they want them to have type A and type. What the fuck is type A? Like, imagine being born out of a fucking hospital. What's my oh my god. It's a it's a type A diabetes, you know. Type 1 cancer. Damn. It is such a fucking pain to just hear that shit. Is she single? Bro, I don't think my teacher would care, man. I don't think she's a I don't think he's a furry. Oh. Wait, wait, is my fucking OBS character yawn? Oh. Yeah, there you go. I wanna make a 3D actual live 3D model, live 2D. Kinda annoying to rig though. Also, I don't have money. Okay, I think that's good. I still like the overlook though. Like he's looking over, he's reaching. I'll move the eye. Maybe that'll work. If I move the eye, will it like? Gonna see. Oh, that's horrible. Oh wait, I have an idea. I can just make him like look. Oop. There you go. It's like. This is like, I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you. You get what I'm saying? Get what I'm saying? It's like that. You son of a bitch! Ah! That's what I'm trying to like. Be like this. I can't get the ear right. Okay, I'll follow this one. You're fine. Fine, Pastel Keen. Fine. There you go. Weird though, it looks like a teardrop. Should I like make him like, you know, angrier? Angrier?
I'm so angry.
I don't know. I think I'll go back to the old fucking one. I don't think it works. I don't think that works. Going back to the old angry. Jesus. There we go. And I would like to continue this game after finishing it. But the lead developer for this game is not gonna be working on it. So yeah, I don't know if I could continue this. He did a lot of physics shit. Honestly, like, got balls to put on him. Want it to like want this dark thing. What if you draw his mouth snarling beneath the mask? Like the mouth, yeah, like that doesn't know. Because the mouth is like here. No, I wanted to like just I don't want to add more fucking I don't want to add more visual notes to it that you're not even gonna see. Because honestly, it's like okay, but I don't think you're gonna notice either way. You have to pause for it, you know what I'm saying? Like if you're gonna fucking play it, you're gonna have to pause for it. Okay, maybe like this. Wait, I think for the claw, I'm gonna well, let me just look at my hand. Like this, and like finger one is like this. There you go. Right, that works. Then I could just trace it. This puff. This. This puff. Straight down. We erase this with this. And then puff. Like I'm drawing Garfield's hand. There you go. Make the thumb bigger though. Base of the. Yeah. There you go. That's how you draw a hand. Quickly. No, don't do. Not even black yet. Not even lined. Oh, okay, for that. This you're gonna like make the character reach. And we're gonna not follow this. By the way, my fucking character. I don't know if you guys noticed. Like I keep posting shit, I guess, but like my character is literally just a fucking penis. My character is like I drew my character like this. Not like that. Body. And like I gave him like a neck. That is my character. That is the fucking character that I drafted. That is like, oh yeah, that's good. Good, this is right. It's like, what the fuck? Real? I was like bored out of my mind when I drew this character. Literally just penis. Anyways, for the arm, circle, down. I really want to do the tutorial now. I've been planning on it for like months already. I really just want character drawing tutorials. Not really that good. I'm gonna teach some people some things that I've learned. Tricks that it's like get more and a lot of people are just I saw in school that there was some fucker who drew the theme is medieval. Like, okay, isekai is okay, right? Like, isekai is okay. That still counts as medieval fantasy, right? That's still okay. It's still under medieval. And then some fucker just drew like a girl wearing modern clothes. Just like, what the fuck is this shit? It looks like it looked like brats, you know? It looks like fucking what was that? It's not Winx. Like still what's that thing in the monster shit? Like there's a Frankenstein doll, there's a vampire doll, but it's like it looks like brats. That's the one. I hated the fact that the fucking art Monster High. There you thank you. Monster High. I hated the fact that the drawing looked like Monster High. I can't talk shit about it enough. That the theme was medieval, and because I understand like they don't have drawing tablets and shit like that, they draw on paper. Others did draw on paper and they were decent shit. They were like, holy fuck, I would cream on this fucking drawing. But then it's just like the same proportions as Bratz or Monster High, wearing modern clothes. That's it. That's your medieval drawing. That's your medieval drawing. Don't look at me like that, free fall. Fuck you. Don't. But for real, it's like, come on, man. Come on. I understand that you probably missed the fucking meeting. We gotta fix it. But come on. Why did you just draw brats and be done with it? Did you not see the theme? Oh, but I saw modern clothing in isekai. Those are fucking trash, bro. Like, at least some decent isekai anime makes it more medieval as it is. They have some medieval fantasy elements into it. They put the element of medieval in the fantasy of that fucking anime. They put at least belts on the fucking anime, right? You'd wear like imagine if you just draw a hoodie guy, right? This. A hoodie guy like this. Shady eye, mouth, flash shade. Like that, right? That fits the yeah. That's the vibe. No excuses. Look at this. Just draw this. Look at that. It looks like a sushi. It looks like a sushi. Right? Looks like a sushi guy, right? With robe. Put belt. Put belt on it. Make outfit thinner. Make them look like a skimpy motherfucker. You could do that. Belt there. Belt here. That works. Add a charm. Put a dollar. Oh my god! Yeah, put a dollar chain. Put a dollar chain. Shadow Wizard Money Gang. Legalize nuclear bombs. Legalize crystal. Oh, I just made a knife. Back to drawing. Back to drawing. Fuck. Let's leave it that there. We're gonna duplicate this shit. Stop Yuri. Oh god, Yuri left. Never mind. Yuri's our lead developer. So yeah. Yuri's the lead developer. I don't know if you can hear. Okay, I don't think so. Sister's yelling on the other side. Oh my god. Alright, so you have that. That's good, right? We can just put like the sagging, like probably like gator part, the scarf, so and I could just change the look on. It's gonna be this. I'm gonna duplicate. And oh shit, I'm gonna. Yeah, I want sketch layer. What the fuck? Put it there. There we go. Save it. I'm not gonna lose the progress. I'm not gonna lose the progress. Fuck you. That. That works. Folks. Okay, so time to do the head. Yeah. I think instead of just making it olive, I could make it like. No, that makes it feminine. Make it almondy. Almondy. Just- I I'm just checking the mic. I was like, is my fucking microphone picking up my sister? Jesus Christ, man. At least it's not. It's like, what the fuck? That would be funny though. That would be funny. Wish I could do more. I will eventually not stream anymore. I really want this kind of thing. Animating. I can see why other people are doing digital. Some are like thinking, oh, it's easy. You're just gonna sketch it. And that's fun. It's good for the soul. I'd rather have this job to just. I already doing freelance as a. I want this as a job. At least I'd enjoy. There's my sister screaming like, "Oh my god, I'm gonna die!" Like, "Oh my god, they hit the second tower! Oh my god! Oh!" Oh my god. He's enjoying the Roblox so much. I play Roblox like for a bit. Play soon. It's been a while since like, I really like Minecraft, but Minecraft's not doing so hot these days. Especially since after the war. Also the Technoblade, they banned Technoblade. Heard? A wild ass evil. Imagine banning your fucking YouTuber because apparently you thought it was bad to shill using his name when all that guy did was win your fucking mini games, win PvP battles, and shill for money. Man shilled for money before he died. He made a T-shirt. He fucking made a clothing line series wherein he just fucking shilled his death. Imagine shilling for your own death, my guy. And it works. It actually works. He'd chill even on stream. He has a tradition where he fucking rings a bell to subscribe to his channel, to become a member. I did become a member for like a short while, but I ran out of funds. I was like, no, I'm broke. I'm not doing that anymore. I'm still a subscriber. I follow that fucker. Even after death, I follow that fucker. And I still follow that fucker's dad. Bro, his dad is based. I wish I have a father like that. But you know, he's more traditional than usual. But I don't blame him for it. We are Filipinos and we were born like. I think I'm guessing the ones that promote this clothing line was also his brother and sister, as he has a younger sister and he has an older brother. Like that's so I could gather that those were them ones who modeled for the latest ones before he died or when he died. By the way, that's a wild. Imagine telling your dad when you're dying, Dad, we, I gotta promote this brand, but I'm dying. Do you mind shilling this for me? Damn. Damn. If that was my son and that was his final wish to gain more money, I'd happily do it. I'd happily do it. Yeah, he'd be pissed at me if I don't do that. He'd be rolling in his grave. This fucker. Jesus. Oh yeah, Technoblade deserved better, man. Yeah, he fucking. I harvested potatoes before buying my father's medicine. Yeah, I listened to that shit. I listened to the entire thing. Uh, while I was studying for senior high. But damn, studying sedimentary rocks, and all I hear was some guy ranting about Minecraft builds. I was like, what am I doing? I made the arm too. And the old part 3 thumbnail. Ah shit, it's been a while. I don't remember the part 3 thumbnail anymore. They changed it into Cuphead one. Honestly, I wanted to meet Technoblade. When I found his channel, I was like, damn, I would like to meet this guy. Like how you would Uh, yeah, yeah, it was too scary. Uh, I wanted to make it so that like you know how we want to meet Dan TDM back then, right? Nothing's on my nails, so but yeah, back then I would really want to fucking have that guy's autograph. I want a picture of that shit. I'll never, I'll never know where the fuck his grave is. Obviously, for privacy reasons, that's that way. But if I do find out where his grave is, I'd put him like just a tiny Irish, not the huge American spud, not the Idaho one. There's a bunch of guys that died. That I don't even have a passport. Before I'm gonna fucking meet them, they're gonna be fucking dead. Fuck. I wanted to meet them. Those were chill guys. Should I put a disclaimer like saying hold on, like, live on Twitch like that, live on YouTube, like, on studio mode. I should put a sign. Hold on. Okay, okay. Copy. Uh, there you go. I respecting him is better, man. Is better. It's okay to share beliefs with other guys. For example, for example, I'm not saying I believe in this fucking guy. For example, Hassan. For example, Iker. For example, if you conform to his, for example, beliefs. For example, it's for example, fine. For example, because it's your opinion. At the end of the day, I don't care what your fucking ideology is, but the moment that you try to put that on someone else's uh personality, or at least at yours, it's gonna be a problem. It's okay to take in some mannerisms, so not too much that that's gonna be your life now. Imagine having to copy someone else's fucking life, or at least personality online, just to get an idea of what the fuck you are. I have my opinions, you have yours. Christ Almighty, uh, I don't want to touch you on that one. I don't want to debate on you, or you made it weird. You guys heard of the fucking Zizian cult? The Zizian cult. You've heard of it? I just found out what the fuck the Zizian cult morning is. There was a news on it. There's a The Zizian cult is a transgender veganism cult where they killed a bunch of people around the United States because one, they don't want to pay rent. They didn't want the first kill, as far as I know, because it's not very well documented, especially since the status quo of LGBT. I have nothing against the LGBT community. I have nothing against you fuckers. No, the LGB community. That's why I kind of supported Trump on that one. For example, disclaimer, disclaimer, context needs context. Uh, the reason why I supported it on that stance only alone was that the transgenders were kind of pushing it when it comes to the community. The gays, the lesbians, and the bisexuals are uh are are fine, not bad people. It's just that the transgenders are like the ones like kept pushing an ideology, and one of the fucking members killed, attacked, because this was during COVID. Uh, wait, this is upper already. Um, one of the attackers, members of the cult, started attacking the ranch owner that they were in. They were in a ranch. They were living in there. They were in there. They were computer engineers. Sad computer engineers. Uh, and they were living there during COVID. So the ranch owner said, "Oh, don't pay for it that much. Okay, you don't have to pay for it. Okay, COVID. We're having a hard time, right?" And then one of the members, when he asked for money, he asked for monies because it's been like probably like 8 months already, and he needs money. He needs money to run the ranch, obviously. So, what was the most sane thing to do? Obviously, not pay the old man, and started attacking them with a sword. It was like, oh, what? I just kept reading on this shit. I started listening. I'm sorry, I'm listening to it because it's fucking YouTube. It's on YouTube. I'm listening to it, and then and then what do you know? The old man brought out a gun and shot the member, and now he's dead. He claimed self-defense. Obviously, if can hell, I mean, imagine getting attacked with a sword. You would not catch me dead on that one, bringing a sword to a gunfight. So yeah, they did that. After that, they moved on. They left immediately. That one. The member's dead, by the way. That member's dead. Got shot. Bad. He's self-defense. He's dead. They are dead. It dead. It's dead now. They found out. It found out hard. Yeah. Next one was the other member who killed their own parents. I'm calling it their, they, it, because they don't deserve titles of humans. Not that. Not when it's come like that, okay? I'm not gonna let them fucking win over me and shit like that. So yeah, they killed. It killed one of not one, both of them. Both of them, both of its parents. They had a falling out and shit like that. If you have a falling out with your parents, why the fuck would you go back with a gun? They left you alone. That's it. Take the win. You got out, right? It's so dumb. There we go. I did the thing. Cool. Copy paste. Copy. By the way, you can't just control C and V in this one. There we go. We instead of there, we're gonna put all. Gonna move it. All of them. And ahead, I'm gonna. There you go. Move. I'll just keep it like that. Then angle that. I'm gonna save this here. See what that looks like. Good. Good, right? Blow it up. Okay. I'm gonna put this back to 100 and I'm gonna piss. Piss and take food because I am hungry. I have not eaten lunch. Eat my food. Alright, I will. Oh, let's take a break. I'll let you guys listen to the music.
Hey, I'm back.
I'm back. I got myself some noodles. Yay. I would really Coca-Cola. 1 liter, please. Just eating. Oh, let me take a bite. Oh, hold on, hold on. I gotta go bathroom. Okay, the noodle was so ass. Oh my god. We're back. So this is move to here. I could just expand it, but I don't care. I think I want to. It's just 2 fucking frames. We're gonna take a break after this. I don't know if I'm gonna stop the stream or what, but well, I will take a break after this. Okay, so I can't see what the fuck is happening. I literally can't see. There you go. Okay. Would try just what they. For some reason, the fucking thing isn't. Once it grabs, I'm that. Mirror just. Is it mirror the thickness not actually thick? What the? I think it's like very thick. Oh, okay. So here I did a towel thing like this. That's me angry. Now that we have that, shit. There you go. We're gonna do 2 copies. Copy 1, copy 2. Copy here. be. Okay. So why is that giving me OCD shit? What the... Anyways, this one I'm gonna move it. Give it a bounce effect. Oh. Alright, see ya, free fall. Bye. Should happen. Fuck. Wrong layer. There you go. Oh god. Could just copy the... Gotta check. There we go. Yeah, that works. I'll pause for a bit, take a break. They're on, so you do the thing. I'm taking a break. back. I'm so fucking tired. Felt like I haven't slept like. Yeah, I'm just kind of have basic went for the knife now. Uh, Agree. I went out and ate. I'm making baked mac and cheese. But nothing. I don't know how the streamers does it in 7 hour stretch streamers. Holy, how the fuck do you guys do? Guys, oh my god. Oh, I have to like fucking make mac and cheese and shit. That's good. Should do. I'm making that. Not too pasted up. Add enough. Gonna add abs. What is this lifts? Doing 3 layers of. I'm doing 3 layers. So crappy after meter after effects, whatever. Horrible. I'll learn it. Here. What? Okay, so here I'm gonna last edit. I'm gonna go back and the offshoot. And then everything goes back to blank. Because the camera will be like moving here. And then zoom. And then zoom out and then back to game. You could extend the eye more. Until 32. And the single line one. That's where we're Then I can rest till my do like one spot. I need to do a dash. I mean, you won't see. I like to see it. Go back to back. Maybe normal. There you go. For this slow, because it doesn't. It's like a huge. Move it. There you go. Let's see. Better. Wait, the thing is, Fox. The assassinate hitbox should be the offer this time. You have any question? Tell me, I don't know. He has to keep grabbing on. The only part. Uh, there you go. Oh, what did I just do? ahead and stop. Mm, not comparable. You're not gonna see this. It's gonna be hidden behind the this guy. It's not gonna be seen. It's like it's gonna look like times anime. Then like death anime. I should just uh, really like to Garfield. Or oh shit. Okay, lower. God, that's a Let me just get some food. Hold on, hold on. Let me get food. So, just mix it. Now, one idea that this the curve path has these gonna deal with that. What else? Is that me? To do this, the line that the basic backflip. The dynamic land. 1, 2 here. Flip, flip. Straight. And then back to. I replace that with. I don't want to like that. Yeah, that's it. That's all I gotta do on that. Okay. Few people watching on YouTube while I'm mixing my fucking. How's are your days, guys? Watching me project. Really a good fucking web stream. I'm just doing this so I can animate. Yeah, I like it. It's like sometimes there's want to have that distance. Having a girlfriend. Just want to take a break. I'm kind of bored. Oh, take a break. But watch something. Watch something. It's been a while. I wonder if this shit still works. Hell yeah. I'm gonna shut up. Bye for now. Hold on. Still have the ADHD. Turn on the. Hold
On it
on.
again.
I'm gonna be eating. I'm gonna be eating.
After nearly 3 years without winning a major, the Clutch Puff is back on top after winning Genesis X2. Winning the tournament and overcoming his recent rival Wizrobe made it an incredible and emotional moment for the after winning Genesis X2. Winning the tournament and overcoming his recent rival Wizrobe made it an incredible and
What the fuck was that?
without winning a major, the Clutch Puff is back
Did the
on top
tumbler
after winning
fall?
Genesis X2. Winning the tournament and
It did.
overcoming his recent rival Wizrobe
Like he pissed himself. Jeez, where's my?
made it an incredible and emotional moment for the 31-year-old Argentinian and American smasher. But Genesis X2 could also bring hope to a scene that's frankly a little worried about its future. Okay, so Genesis, established in 2009, remains one of the longest running and most prestigious Smash tournaments in the scene. It's a super major, meaning a big S-tier event with most of the top players in attendance alongside a massive pool of entrants. Traditionally, it's been highly valued as a core part of the Melee circuit, especially since it also has open entry. But in 2025, Melee is going through an interesting time. Fans have seen viewership start to decline, Nintendo seems as hostile as ever, and the prize pools, which were never that massive to begin with, let's be honest, have also started to dip a little bit. Still, it feels nearly impossible to count Melee out. This year, Genesis also hosted main events for other fighting games like Tekken 8, Street Fighter 6, Rivals of Ether 2, and Guilty Gear Strive. It also offered side events for all sorts of things, including TCGs, Tetris, and even Riichi Mahjong. But Melee was, of course, the biggest, and it will always be what people associate with Genesis, even if one day players decide or are forced to play some other game. And fittingly, Genesis was what gave Melee fans this huge burst of energy in what was otherwise potentially a kind of downbeat for the scene. The tournament was incredible, boasting some amazing moments.
Shine comes through once again. It's only a back air to follow up though.
Oh, fuck, Mango back.
What an opening. And he punishes the slide up. That's so good from Mango. He punishes the slide up.
It also brought back the fan-favorite commentary duo of Scar and Toph for part of Day 2. Salt also made history at this tournament by achieving the highest major placement by a woman. And beyond the final result, there were a metric ton of upsets too. But the thing that almost everyone got hype about was the grand final result. Now, in order to get to the grand finals, Hungrybox beat a ton of heavy hitters. But most notable might be his loser's final win against Wizrobe, who had been a constant thorn in HBox's side and sent him to the loser's bracket in the first place, precipitating this tweet.
A little bit of runway here because he's at 0. Right. Wizzy's not gonna get the tech chase. He finally gets the tech chase rest. And he gets it off the top. He finally does it. He does the platform tech chase rest right on the last stock, and HBox is in grand finals. Grand finals, the HBox. God remaining here.
As we mentioned at the outset, HBox won a major and a second Genesis after so much self-doubt and even having debated retirement.
And again,
He cannot contain it. He cannot contain his emotions. He knows
it's coming.
Imagine. Okay, hold on. Imagine crying so bad that you're beating someone. Imagine you're the guy that you're opposed.
As we mentioned
You're
at the
fighting.
outset, HBox won a
Started
major
crying.
and a second Genesis after
'Cause he's
so
about to
much
fucking win.
self-doubt and even having debated
That
retirement.
is fucking wild.
He cannot contain
He's
it.
praying
He cannot
for
contain
your
his emotions.
soul
He's
trip.
And that's it. And that's when HBox wins. It's
My
been 2.5
God.
years since the last time that HBox has won a super major since Riptide.
Fucking hell, how many tumblers does this man? Oh, he spilled his Red Bull.
Let the tears flow, my friend, because
That's right.
you have sufficiently earned this one. Hungrybox, your Genesis X2 champion.
Now, honestly, I think the best thing about this pop-off is how we seem to be realizing alongside HBox that he actually did it. The crowd was clearly pulling for him, and now the 31-year-old has yet another massive win. As Juan put it in his tweet, there was always another chance to touch the ceiling. Afterwards, it was revealed that Mewtwo King had helped coach him, and even Mango, the only other of the the five gods, still active, had to give him props for his drive to continue winning. HBox, for his part, turned around and decided to put his prize money from the tournament into 5 online events that will each feature a different game, and that's king shit. We should also talk about HBox's opponent, Triff, in a little more detail. He became the first Spaniard to reach a major grand final, and also the first player to reach a major grand final using only Peach since Armada in 2017.
Again, we're seeing that light shield as well.
Since what?
Anytime there's a defense.
Hang on. Oh! I can't believe that miss. I can't believe that miss, and that one tripped the game.
Triff has been considered one of the best Peach players in Melee for a while, but Peach also hasn't had a lot of success for a while either. This run speaks to both the unpredictable nature of Genesis and also his development as a competitor. Now, these kinds of stories could potentially help build a Melee esports revival, but whether that will actually happen is not clear. In the past few years, many organizations turned their back on the esport. I also mentioned viewership in the intro, and that has declined a bit as well. But even if you just look at Melee registration at Genesis, this year is down almost 500 entrants from last year. Though Genesis...
I just like to point out that Nintendo really hate Smash tournaments. I have no clue why. They have not given any discernible reason to hate to hate fucking Melee at all. There is no reason why you should hate or turn your back on Melee. Melee is such a fucking good competitor. Imagine if Nintendo had the rights. Right? They do have the rights. Just that imagine if Nintendo did what Namco did, what Bamco's doing right now. Imagine the profit that they're gonna fucking earn. Street Fighter, Mortal Kombat, they're doing the same shit. I don't know what the fuck Nintendo is thinking. That they should just stick to Pokemon. Obviously, it's the number one competitor, but over the years, it's becoming obvious and blatantly obvious. They can't handle their shit. Pokemon, they can't handle it anymore. They need to look at Melee and actually compete in it. It's still their IP, for fuck's sake. Use it. Why don't they just such a dumb thing to do? Just ignore it. I don't know why I did that. But yeah,
This is still likely to be the year's biggest tournament bracket, and local and regional communities seem to be thriving. A return to the pre-2022 era of huge tournaments seems like it's a long way off. Even if it doesn't, HBox's place in Melee history was, and still is, clearly secured. And maybe it doesn't need to reach previous peaks to survive as a discipline. There will always be people playing Melee. However, if making a living playing the game continues to get harder, that could have obvious knock-on effects for the game's long-term competitive viability. Also, the Rivals of Aether 2 tournament at Genesis X2 was actually won by Plup, a longtime Melee pro who also placed 13th in Melee singles at Genesis.
Oh, the down tilt doesn't connect. That's huge. Oh my goodness, great shielding from both of these players right now. Nice bait. Oh my god,
that might be it. I don't know. Does he have the resources to make it back? The wall jump.
Oh my god.
Oh, hold on, production. Oh my god, it's over. Plum wins Genesis.
This is another first, and maybe one we could see more often in the future. Yeah, people want to keep playing Melee, and I think we all understand why. But at the same time, Rivals of Ether 2 is clearly aiming at that audience. One of the events that HBox is actually planning on running with his prize money is Rivals as well. And one of its major competitors, Multiversus, just announced that they would stop development on new content pretty soon after what many consider, including me, to be a disastrous relaunch. Trust me, I tried playing it. So there we have it. HBox made history.
Multiversus does not deserve that injustice. If only Warner Brothers wasn't as hasty as Warner Brothers is, they're gonna be fine. They could be fine. They could have done better. Honestly, they could have done better. I wouldn't see any issues with uh I can't see any other issues that they could have encountered. Multiversus was a good game. It really is. I main Shaggy. I really like Shaggy. I like the character. I like his playstyle. Aggressive, but at the same time it's very high risk, high reward at times. Especially the dash forwards, dash attacks. They are fucking risky, and they will get you clipped immediately. Especially with this fucking Powerpuff Girl trying to wreck your shit. So yeah, I really, if you wasted a lot of money on that, I am very fucking sorry for you. A lot of money. And again, here you are. Fucking chunk, by the way. So yeah, that fucking. But not well. Then it's I'll stick to it.
How's it going, boys? My name is Schlapp,
Flats back, hey.
and welcome back to the Weekly Slap. Welcome back to Inbox, the weekly series that pops in and out of existence like a deadbeat dad, but always has something nice to say, at least. Hope you guys are doing well. It's been a minute. No excuses. Let's get started. I'm a 4.0 GPA student and high honor roll, but I just feel like I don't deserve it. I sit on my ass all day, play video games, and do little to no homework slash schoolwork and pass with flying colors, whilst my friends are having trouble and can't keep up. I feel like I don't deserve these grades or titles. I should be a lower scoring student, yet I still have straight A's and high honor roll. I just don't know. Look, if school isn't challenging you, you need something that does. I was just like you, man. This shit just came easy to me. I wouldn't have to open the book and I'd ace everything. One time I got a 93 on a social studies test and I was happy because like for once I felt like a normal kid who got some shit wrong. Like I got a couple wrong that time and I was like, oh, wait, maybe I'm normal. um, I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. I get it. I get it. And what you need to do now is stop feeling guilty about it because that's not helping anyone. And you need to fucking push yourself at something. It can be a hobby. You know, if you're like me, it was making videos. That was what I put my brain power into. It could be helping your friends out with their grades. Anything you can track, right, and see progress in is going to benefit you right now. I mean, you need to learn how to put real effort into something without it just being a breeze. Because there's going to come a time when shit stops coming so easy, uh, even in school. And you need to be prepared for that. The last video on this channel is all about that. It's learning how to um, how to cope with when all of a sudden shit stops being so easy. As someone who grew up with it being easy. So really, step one is finding something you can push yourself at. And then the guilt thing, you know, it's tough, but that's kind of how life works, man. Like we don't get to choose anything about ourselves. I'm lucky as fuck. You know, I grew up with two parents who loved me and New York City in my backyard. You know, I didn't get to choose that. I got to. I got to have it. You know, my uncle was he worked in marketing and he gave me a copy of Adobe Creative Suite 5 just because he knew I was interested in editing. You know, and all of a sudden I wasn't on Windows Movie Maker anymore. Huge upgrade. And it just was luck. Look, man, you don't have to, you don't need to deserve things. What matters is what you do with the gifts you've been given. So, you know, stop feeling guilty about it and figure out how you use what you've got in a way that actually matters, right? I mean, the only time you should feel guilty about your own luck is if you don't make the most of it. And candidly, that's one of the reasons I'm making this video. I'm talking about this channel. For years, I've had an outlet that could make a difference in so many people's lives, and I've neglected it time and time again. And like you, I felt guilty, like I didn't deserve it, that I wasn't qualified enough to make shit like this. All the same kind of stuff you're struggling with. But here I am, trying to do something that matters for once. And I'm calling on you to start too. Start pushing yourself, man. You're going to be surprised at how far you go. Next question. Can someone fill me in on the TED podcast shit? What the fuck did I miss? All right, I'm assuming this is a comment about a joke I made on stream the other day about Ted kicking me off Chuckle Sandwich and then starting a new podcast without me, which is not true. I mean, it's kind of true. They did start. In reality, look, in reality, I'm the reason it ended. I wanted it to end, and so we did. We ended it. There's no bad blood. We're never gonna not, you know, we're not never gonna be in content together again. I just felt like Chuckle Sandwich had run its course. I was happy, dare I say, with the place the podcast had ended up. I was happy with what we had done to get it there, and I felt satisfied closing the book on it. And that's really the whole of it, which is fine, by the way, right? Like you can just end things, guys, and there doesn't have to be some crazy reason why either. Things end. I think it feels weird, even to me, because a lot of the time things don't get to end on your own terms, especially when it comes to shit online, right? And so being able to see a big project like Chuckle Sandwich through from the beginning to the end, from 2021 all the way to 2025, and to be proud of the entire body of work is honestly a huge, huge privilege. And the conversations I had with my idols and inspirations growing up because of Chuckle Sandwich, and the huge ass tarantula encased in amber sitting on my desk right next to me, and just the good times with the boys shooting the shit, just doing the best job in the world, will always have a special place in my heart. So thank you, sincerely, thank you for watching it. What's next, I guess, is the question. Well, Tucker and Ted are off doing their own podcast now. It's called Take It Easy. They're 3 episodes in. I've been an avid listener to the whole thing. I think it's great, and I'd encourage you to check it out as well. I'll have them linked in the description. I guess those boys are great, and they deserve your ears with or without me. But if you want your weekly schlatt fill, you need me to fill you up every week in a non-sexual way, of course.
Jesus
I
fucking
invite
Christ,
you
Shalap.
to stick around on this channel because it's high time we start doing this more. And that's about it. As always, boys, I want to thank you all for watching, and I'll see you again later.
Thanks.
How's it going, boys? My name is Schlatt, and welcome back to the weekly slap on a brand spanking.
That's all.
Can I, like, sit with you guys? No, don't you go kill yourself!
The rise and fall. Chat, can I watch this? I swear I want to watch this, bro.
How did counterblocks
I
being
have
one
to
of
the history. Guys, I've never had a smile like this on my face in a long time, bro. This makes me so happy. I don't know why.
the biggest FPS games on Roblox, known for its intense and competitive gameplay, suddenly fall from grace?
You know what's aware, chat? I feel like there will be some connection. Yeah, you guys put aware. I feel like as a CS2 player, I don't know. Let
Nah, it's Roblox. It's gonna be fucking pedophiles. Schwarty McShoot stuff. Started shooting his own spunk pictures of younger children. Like he's gonna fucking do that shit. I bet you that's what's.
let's just watch.
Being able to pull thousands of players with their own esports league, to being betrayed by their very own community and abandoned by the developers who created it. This is the devastating rise and fall of counterblocks. But first, we have to go back to the very beginning, to where it all started. Developed by
Nuketown.
Wolf, Counterblocks is a first-person shooter which is heavily inspired by Counter-Strike Global Offensive. Since Counter-Strike is classified as an
Wait!
is heavily inspired by
LOL! That's why it looks
CS2.
so similar!
Counter-Strike Global Offensive.
Bro.
Since Counter-Strike is classified
up,
as an
Odie.
18-plus game and is only accessible for a mature audience, there was a large demographic that was simply cut off from the experience of FPS games. However, this was a wonderful opportunity for the Rolve developers, who started working on the game in late 2014 and released its first version in July 2015,
Rolve.
titled Counterblocks Sauce.
Bro, yo, nah. Dude, am I the only one that finds this funny, bro? Rolf with the first title, Counter-Strike Sauce.
Game involved two opposing teams against each other, the T's and the Cities. The main objective of the
This is the
T's
1.6 of Counterblocks.
is to plant the bomb, while the Cities have to prevent the bomb from being
The cities.
What? The cities.
The main objective of the
Cities, the New
is to
York
plant
versus
bomb,
the
while cities
Al
have to prevent
Qaeda.
the bomb from being planted or defused before it blasts.
That
However,
has to be CB slang, or?
both teams also have an alternate path to victory, and that is to successfully eliminate all the members of the opposing faction. Even though the game had a lot in common with Counter-Strike with its gun sounds, maps, and user interface, it wasn't as smooth compared to the original game.
Really?
In order to improve that, Rolve released an updated version, Counterblocks Roblox Offensive, which sounds very similar to its original counterpart. This
No
version
shit!
had better graphics, gun recoil
CB
patterns,
go.
and even had skins for guns, which made the game even more engaging to play. As Counterblocks grew in popularity, this led to the creation of a competitive league called the CBCL. It was a massive hit.
This has to be a
with each
joke,
season
right?
having different
BPL.
which allowed young players to experience what it is like to be in an FPS tournament. Later, the league rebranded itself as RSL and hosted players from North America, South America,
RSL. Bro, that's ESL. Bro.
Europe, and even Asia. This received massive support from both the competitive and casual players. There is a competitive scene in Counterblocks. I knew it existed, but this is so much better than I expected. I expected young 13-year-olds with laptop mics, but nope. You all sounded like teens with good mics, and you guys are actually playing really well. This actually blew my mind. However, the game would soon lose its spot as one of the top FPS games on Roblox.
Arsenal.
There were 3 major reasons behind its downfall.
It went free.
Is Valorant one of the reasons?
Being called the ripoff of CSGO. Undoubtedly,
Oh shit.
core gameplay and mechanics of CSGO are very similar to that of Counterblocks. After all, it was created as an alternative to CSGO. However, it is the same reason why it has fallen out of favor with its own audience. Both the games follow the exact gameplay, maps, and every other mechanic in the game. The selection of weapons in Counterblocks is also identical to that of its counterparts. Counterblocks also took a page out of CSGO's book when it came to the skins and cases. However, unlike Counter-Strike, where the players had to spend real money to buy cases and skins, Counterblocks required players not to have to spend a single penny to buy these cases. The free case system was one of the major reasons why Counterblocks became so popular, as it encouraged players to grind.
Was? I have my alerts muted. Mods, why are we doing this? I know that you did it via the overlay. Can you please not? Thank you.
For hours a day to earn a currency called credits to buy cases, and try to obtain rare and exclusive skins which can be traded with other players. But here's where things turned problematic. As the trading was player-driven, some players started buying and selling skins using real money. Since
Counterblocks rares. $700 eBay.
the illegal trading started happening outside of Roblox, a lot of players were getting scammed, while others faced the risk of getting banned as it wasn't allowed on the platform. Before we continue with the rest of the video, I just wanted to thank all of you for the support, and I am truly grateful. Also, we're so close to 25,000 subscribers, and it would mean—
Why is he putting... Dude, this guy's too nice. He's putting the bar, which people put during sponsored segments, bro, but he's just thanking his community.
truly
He's like,
grateful.
So
Also,
I can skip the thanking, bro.
You're so close to
I've never seen that
25,000
before.
subscribers, and it would mean a lot if you could subscribe. Even though Counterblocks has its unique Roblox style and aesthetic, making the games too similar has backfired as the developers didn't bring any new features besides the occasional events. And it's no surprise that the Roblox
Are we sure it's not the same people working on this game?
community has called it a cheap clone and copy of CSGO.
What do you mean cheap? No updates, it's 1-to-1.
Counterblocks being called a ripoff doesn't even come close to what is considered to be one of the biggest problems of the game, which is the cheating and hacking. It can be incredibly frustrating for a new player who has joined only to find that there's more than one player on the server with an unfair
Roll the stuff. Again, another hacker in Counterblocks. Can't be played due to the fact that someone is still cheating.
advantage. Unsurprisingly, cheating seems to be a very common thing in Counterblocks. Despite players regularly reporting running into cheaters, a lot of servers have at least one or more who uses hacks or any other exploits, something which completely ruins the game experience for the normal player. The cheating has also led to a community where players don't really trust and lash out at each other, creating a toxic environment. And in fact, cheating has become so bad that some players have quit the game as they feel the developers aren't doing much to—
Dude. What? How are they going through the same path as you know?
make the game a better place to have fun. The cheater problem in Counterblocks is getting out of hand.
Like, dude, this sounds like a joke video. This could also be tagged at Valve.
Other matches a cheater in it with blatant cheats. It is true that each and every game has hackers or some sort of people who want to get a slight edge over others, but the ratio between real players and hackers is highly skewed in Counterblocks, making it a mental frustration for the players. And at one point, the player count went down all the way to 0.
Was? The servers must have been down, or? Or it's just Christmas, Easter, and all at once, or every other birthday. 0, that's no shot. No shot, 0. Or?
But why? The problem was that one of the developers leaked the source code.
What?
So they had to close it down to recode the entire game in a different engine.
Engine.
What?
Guys are using
They leaked
Python
the TF2
Lua.
source code as well, by the way. Not Rolve, but Valve. Upcoming CB update will be in a new engine. A test version will open as soon as we get it ready. Obviously, everyone's inventory will be ported. Chat! I swear this is, for me, so interesting and funny, bro. Oh my... Because this is exactly the same question that people would ask, like, but Valve, our inventories...
This was a golden opportunity for the cheaters who exploited this to their advantage, which made the game literally unplayable for the common player. So, with no other option, the team behind Counterblocks had to shut it down, which led to many players leaving the game.
Yeah.
A developer even put out a tweet asking the players to be a little patient while they bring the game back, stating that, "We intend on bringing the game back, but it will take some time. We have no intentions of just letting the game fester, so I kindly ask for your patience."
Well, we have no intention of just letting the game fester. What means fester? How is this guy using words that I don't know? Dude, Rolve flexing on me. What means fester? Rot. So I kindly ask you for your patience.
This led to many players leaving
If only Valve would communicate like this. They should get some, they should copy something from Rolve as well, maybe.
the game or switching to other FPS games on Roblox, which severely hurt its player base. The developer soon released a new version, which was much better compared to the previous one. However, the game was not perceived in the same way and
Guys, are we living in a simulation? I feel like I'm watching a meme about the lifetime of CSGO to CS2. Cheater problem, people leaving, all of a sudden CS2 doesn't feel the same. What is going on, bro?
was no longer interesting for the players. But the major reason behind Counterblocks' downfall has to be CSGO going completely free to play.
What?
Which is a big deal if you consider that Counterblocks offered the same selling point as the original game. If someone is interested in the classic Counter-Strike gameplay, why would they play Counterblocks when they can just download it from Steam for...
Because it's harder to run, or? As the guy that we talked to, one of the CB veterans, he said he couldn't run CSGO.
absolutely free. The original game is available right there with polished graphics and gameplay when compared to that of Counterblocks, with one Reddit user stating that, as a shooter game, the most important part of development is making sure that the actual combat is fair, fun, and consistent, and this game doesn't come close to any of those. High ping rates, terrible tick rate, awful hit reg, laggy and inaccurate hitboxes. So, when something better is available for free, it really reduces the appeal for a game like Counterblocks as something to play. Not only that, the developers of Rolve have stopped updating the game as they are much more focused on one of their other projects, Arsenal. Arsenal
Deadlock. Bro, what is this, bro?
is also a first-person game which is based on the Arms Race game mode, which, unsurprisingly, is also inspired by CSGO. Right from its release, the game was well received by the public, and currently stands at the 14th place in the list of games with the most visits.
Wow.
The game also won the Roblox Game of the Year, which more or less incentivized the developers to focus more on Arsenal rather than Counterblocks. However, many old players are not pleased with the decision, with some seeing it as a betrayal from the developers. To see Counterblocks in its current state is honestly very depressing to me. I do think that it is all possible for its glory to be brought back, but the developers at Rolve seem dedicated to Arsenal and never on Counterblocks. Currently, Counterblocks has over 2,000 active players, with more than 1 billion visits ever since its release, and only time will tell whether the Rolve developers will actually start updating the game.
Dude, how many players does it have right now? 2,000 6 months ago. And there he said fall 1.1. Arsenal 6K. The lost Japanese Counter-Strike?
Is it Nexus?
Nah, we go in.
Counter-Strike is a tried and true game, having many official versions and anchored onto the idea of Counter-Strike, which started their to compete with Counter-Strike.
Whoa.
Internet cafes and learn it. They made a unique and catered version just for Japan at arcades, because people go to arcades to play video games. Tetsu also decided against creating a brand new title to compete with Counter-Strike.
Whoa. Whoa. They had female agent skins way before.
in the heart of Tokyo Counter-Strike. They were actually originally meant for more MMORPG type games, which is why they aren't your typical arcade machines. Instead, being a Linux-based computer with set peripherals that you couldn't change.
Wait. GeForce 4600. That's not that bad, or? What do I have? 4090. 4600?
They aren't your typical arcade machines. Instead, being a Linux-based computer with set peripherals that you couldn't change and had loud-ass speakers. But thankfully, you could plug in headphones if you asked the staff nicely.
Lol.
As time went on, though, Namco really anchored onto the idea of could plug in headphones if you asked the staff nicely.
Lol.
As time went on, though, Namco really anchored onto the idea of Counter-Strike, which started their first rounds of production on the style and story of the game. Instead of the typical terrorist versus counter-terrorists, they decided to replace them with two new factions. The CT side is called Neo, and the T side is called CSF. The story for CS Neo is pretty interesting as well. Let me try to summarize it real fast. In this world, or more like the future, an evil corporation named Neo was trying to set up a space station to the moon to get resources from space much easier. However, this didn't end up working. Not because Neo messed something up, but instead a world-changing disaster that was an asteroid colliding with the moon. Unlucky. This asteroid completely destroyed the moon and sent debris from it straight down to Earth. The explosion and debris mainly affected areas near the Gulf of Mexico, but it also managed to shift the Earth's axis. While the rest of the world was in chaos, Neo saw an opportunity. That resource-rich asteroid could help aid their efforts of becoming a world superpower. And with the rest of the world struggling, it seemed even more possible. The resources from the asteroid helped Neo advance technology to crazy levels, which is why the Neo team in the game are so—
Dude, why does this this old Counter-Strike that nobody like played outside has this cool lore? Where's our lore? Where's the Counter-Strike 2 lore? Where's Agent Ava coming from? Dude, they have this, what is this lore? We don't have this.
futuristic looking. To combat Neo's monopoly and
We have
maintain—
laws, well true. Jesus did do a video on the Counter-Strike lore. But it's like, it sounds like a lot of fantasy as well, no? Like just trying to connect dots. Or am I tripping?
order in a drastically changed world, the few remaining countries organize their police forces and militaries to form the CSF. I don't know about you, but I wish normal Counter-Strike had a story this crazy. Once the character and stories were finalized, it was time to get permission from Valve themselves, and probably some of their help. After faxing back and forth for a while, Valve responded slowly and didn't exactly make things clear, so Tetsu and his team did the only thing they could. They packed their bags and flew all the way to Valve's headquarters in Seattle.
Wow.
When they explained their plans, Valve was surprisingly interested in helping, with none other than Gabe Newell himself signing the contract.
Wow.
Namco then got on to work on the—
Chat, you just gotta take action in life. Imagine they kept on talking via fax. We would have never had this Counter-Strike game. What does Counter-Strike 2 need that Valve may not be aware about, that they get faxes about right now? Anti-cheat. Maybe it's time that we move our ass and say that we need an anti-cheat instead of faxing it.
first iteration of the game, which was released in 2003. This first version was essentially a heavily modified Counter-Strike 1.6, and has since become completely lost to time, practically a piece of lost media. In fact, this video here shows the only known gameplay found of it, thanks to Marlanka who found it and has been a huge help in making this video. Thankfully, there's still some images of the game that were posted to the original, now defunct.
Chat, lost media is so interesting to me. How does this happen? Because there were smartphones back in the day, right? Dude, if a thing that thousands of people played, all of a sudden you can't find a single fucking video about anymore. Dude. Just imagine how much lost media you're gonna have, like, with your fucking shit in fucking 10 years. Make sure to back shit up, bro. Photos and shit. Oh, man, you're the only one who has it.
Defunct website. It really does look a lot more like CS 1.6, with vastly different character models compared to the second, more polished version. That second version was released in 2005, 2 years after the first, and this is where things get even more interesting. This version used Counter-Strike source models straight from Valve, using the source weapon models and graphics, even though it was still running on the Gold Source engine. More specifically, a—
Whoa!
models and graphics, even though it was still running on the Gold Source
The Gold Source engine! Oh, dude, imagine unboxing gold in CS with Gold Source engine.
More specifically, a heavily modified version of Counter-Strike Condition Zero. This puts the game in such a weird middle ground between Gold Source and Source that I can't help but point it out. You go through missions that look like they're from Source, but the sound effects are straight out of Half-Life 1. As I mentioned before, the second version was much more polished, likely because Namco saw how successful the first experimental version was in 2003. But along with that polish came some changes. The more ambitious and—
Is that Michael Jackson?
downright bizarre looking characters from the original version were swapped out for more boobalicious and basic ones, although it's still—
Ooh, she's literally called
Mummy.
got the dogs out, got the milk out. Wow.
Did have some really cool character designs. It was also around this time that Namco started releasing their Flash manga, Counter-Strike White Memories.
Shut up. We had a Counter-Strike manga? Is this a joke? Show. Newbie of CSF. Show is not so cheerful, but not so gloomy. Usually he talks with people as a normal person. However, he doesn't communicate with people deeply. In other words, he does not only take it closer to others, but also does not admit them too close to himself. He doesn't remember anything about before he became soldier. That's why he does not have a... Dude, we had Arcane before they had it.
Shitty graphics.
Looks like a
That's a whole
PowerPoint,
other
bro.
topic for another video. Counter-Strike Neo at the time was becoming more and more successful, but why did it do so well? Well, you see, the main focus of the game was actually teaching people how to play Counter-Strike. It was super easy for someone to walk in for the first time, pay 300 yen for 20 minutes, and learn the pretty in-depth tutorials. You'd probably have someone next to you eager to help as well. Once you got used to the game and changed up your settings, you could also buy a player card that would save all of your information on it. So all you had to do next time was scan the card and you're in. This arcade system...
Yo, how do I get one of those?
You don't get it one anymore, man.
Oh my god. How much do you think something like this would be, Chad? If it, like those a running machine with Counter-Strike Japan on it with a card. Oh, dude, people don't even know that this exists. Over 13 euros? No.
For Counter-Strike worked so well that Neo was actually a lot of people's first FPS games ever played, and it definitely left an impact on Japanese gamers at the time. Okay, enough about the backstory for now. How about I show you just how different this game really was from the other Counter-Strikes we know and love. But first, I'd like to take this time to thank the sponsor for this video, Skins Monkey. Now, statistically, about 20% of
must resist.
you are hopefully still watching right now, so maybe this is meant for you. Are you tired of your same old loadout in Counter-Strike? Want to perhaps switch something up? Well, with Skins Monkey, it's insanely easy to do exactly that.
Chad, what do I do here? I feel rude skipping it, but I also own my own marketplace. Dude, I hate when it's CS Skins. Scheiße, we just gotta start sponsoring everyone.
Select
I'm not
the
gonna
skins
skip
from your
it.
inventory to trade, and then select from the huge list of skins that are on Skins Monkey. There's a ton of filters you can sort by, including budget, to find that perfect item you've always been wanting. You can also claim a free $5 just by trading $100 worth of skins, or less if you're happy with a lower bonus, and using my link in the
Usually those sites ask for very much fee. That's all I'm gonna say. Skimmer.com. Scheiße.
description or code GOLDEC. You can also get a 5% deposit bonus on top of an already 30% deposit bonus for an easy 35%. Thanks again to Skins Monkey for sponsoring this video. Now, let's get back to the gameplay. Aside from the main defuse mode we're so used to seeing, this game also came with a mission mode that was essentially 3 scenarios. One where you had to fight through a sea of pre-placed enemies and defuse a bomb, another where you had to plant a bomb, and another where you have to plant the bomb and defend it and also survive. That one was definitely the hardest
Like a
one, but
tutorial.
thankfully I did have Deslance's help. The times you get on these missions could also be compared to the rest of the arcade, the fastest times presumably being at the top of the board. Now how about the typical defuse mode? Well, not too surprisingly, version 2 had the exact weapon loadout from Counter-Strike Source. A very funny combination seeing these futuristic cyborg characters that even had bionic ponytails running around with a UMP or AWP. Feels like they should have some laser guns or something. Although going through the game files, we can see some references to other items that didn't make it into the game, like the
Lul. Goofy cookery knife.
Why
Law
does it look
grenade.
like
Law, Flare, Gas Mask, Molotov, Shield, and an M60. Some of this could be placeholders from version 1 as well. The gameplay
Reminds me
itself
of,
though, was basically the
some
same
parts
as
of-
other Counter-Strikes. No real notable changes to the weapons, the bomb, or even health and armor other than the pictures for them. Although the jumping was replaced with a crouch jump, which was most likely for the newbies. And yes, you could be hop, but that crouch jump did make it a bit harder. The second version I'm showing here also only had a diffuse game mode. Well, sort of. There were actually event maps that would be hosted every...
Wait, I need to see this machine. So you have a monitor? No smoking, it says on the fucking thing. You have your mouse and keyboard. Lol, I've never seen an arcade machine with mouse and keyboard.
Also only had a diffuse
Dude.
game mode. Well, sort of. There were actually event maps that would be hosted every once in a while for Neo, which are pretty hard to get some info on. But there is still one map in the game files called E17 that was the Assassination game mode, so really the only map in the version 2 game that has a hostage per se. The first
Why the
lost
fuck is the spacebar so small? Is it? What? Huh? What the fuck is that spacebar? Dude! Are they all scroll wheel jumping? No shot. Is this the Japanese layout?
17 that was the Assassination.
It kind of makes sense because for their language, do they even use spacebar? That would make a lot of sense. Oh, I never thought about this. Wait, let me check. Yeah, lol. We're learning today.
Lol.
Look how small it is. It probably is because their language, they put all the words together and they don't use this, like they don't need a spacebar. You smell me? That's not average, chat. That's very tiny.
Game mode, so really the only map in the version 2 game that has a hostage per se. The first lost version of the game was the one that had a lot more of the actual
They use spacebar to scroll through kanji options. What does that mean? Chat, do they use spacebar in their language? Any Japan people in the chat? No space, all just connected. There we go. That's so cool.
_hostage maps, which is kind of sad to see that it was gone from the second version of the game. I think this hijacked boat map would have been really cool to see, having the Neo team spawn from a helicopter to save the hostage.
Oh, this is where I drop in Fortnite. The ship.
In my opinion, this has to be one of the most unique designed Counter-Strike games. With it being Japanese instead of the usual American-made Counter-Strike, they of course took their own creative liberties, especially when you compare it to the usual terrorist versus counter-terrorist games. There isn't any blood in the game.
Sorry for pausing so much, but this guy,
especially when you compare it
from the anime, no Piccolo.
To the usual terrorist versus counter-terrorist games. There isn't any blood in the game, anime characters running around, and I also found one of the developers' adorable cats in the game files as a placeholder. So this is definitely the cutest Counter-Strike. The maps though were probably the most uniquely designed aspect of the game. These were not your typical Dust 2 and Nuke maps. They were something completely different, and I'm not just talking about the aesthetics, even though I actually really like the look of them. There's this one map that
Frieza,
an
asshole.
ancient pyramid that has a bomb site that looks like this. I have no idea how to explain it, but it's just cool. And a lot of the maps definitely bring back a lot from the Frutiger Arrow era, which is a very interesting.
Am I crazy? Why does this look so appealing to me, this fucking game? Look at this. Dude, sometimes less is more.
It's just cool. And a lot
I
of the
think it's nostalgia. I never played 1.6. But here, shooting some head. Oh, I would play this right now more, like, would love to play this more than CS2 right now. Right now, of course, maybe after playing it for a bit not, but this looks very appealing to me.
Maps definitely bring back a lot from the Frutiger Arrow era, which is a very interesting style to see in a Counter-Strike game. You can tell the developers put a lot of time and effort into the tiny details on these maps, especially the fact that they would make whole event maps that they knew would be basically deleted after its time was up. Thankfully, a lot of these event maps are still sitting in the game files, and most of them are very peculiar. This one has vehicles on it where I think you race to the end of the map.
What?
This one is a KZ type map for New Year's.
Hey. DC2 Uno. With a 550. What's in the chat? Kuss Habibi. Kuss Habibi. Kuss you in the pussy, alright?
This one's Death Run, I think, and just so many more that I have no clue what they're for. I'm getting a bit carried away by the event maps though. The official map layouts is where the game really shines. They definitely weren't afraid of stepping out of the typical CS map design box, and I have to give them some credit. In fact, they actually designed each map to have a specific gimmick.
Hey. Foot Princess with the 10 zifted. Hey. Kuss.
Them. Downtown was this insanely vertical map that even let you jump across these signs, but they would damage you over time.
Hey. Yo, guys, let's finish the video, right? Some male cool words. Hearts in the chat. Kussy on.
Pussy.
Yeah, hearts.
This map has this little grinder thing on B-side that will just kill you, although I don't know how useful this would really be. And a lot of maps just had these weird unconventional designs, like this giant sewer that you could swim through and traverse the map. There are just so many interesting things about these maps that I think would be really cool to see played out. Because of that reason, I think the game actually had a pretty decent pro scene, but it was definitely niche. Although it was popular enough to warrant its own events and name for it. The Clan Wars. This was the pro scene of Counter-Strike Neo. Basically a giant LAN party, where most likely teams of friends would compete, or maybe teams of the best players in the town. I'm not really sure what the prizes were, but I know that the winners managed to get their own graffitis on the maps that they won
That's
on, which is pretty sick. Other than that, the winners might have gotten their own cosmetics. Oh yeah, cosmetics. This game made sure to have plenty of those. The cosmetics in this game...
Hey, yo. Bro, how did he play this game? He said it's hard to find footage. How? He said lost media. How the fuck is he playing it? It says Goldeck. Chat, we have to do, I'm telling you, this is one thing that I want to do. Counter-Strike week. And this is not going to be one of the fucking things that we just say we do, but we never do. Nah, we will do. Where we play every day a different Counter-Strike. You understand me? You hear me? 1.6, 1.7, 1.75, and so on.
Game only affected the actual player models instead of the gun skins like we're so used to seeing nowadays. You of course had to unlock all of them other than just a basic male and female player model that you start with, but there were some very interesting models in the files that I assume are maybe admin skins or just for some special people. The skins themselves would also change colors the higher your level got, which is very cool to me. You could also place accessories onto the player models you had, and most accessories had to be unlocked for missions or other events. Okay, I think that's enough about the gameplay. What actually ended up happening to the game? Sadly, as more and more people got their own personal computers and the arcade scene faded, Neo was destined to fade away with it. The game did manage to survive for a while thanks to a cult following, with friends meeting up at Lead Zone and other arcades to play it, which is why it actually took until November 30th, 2007 for the first Lead Zone store to close in Kyoto, Japan. A farewell message saying that it had completed its role as an experimental store. Then, the next store closed on April 23rd, 2008. This time, it was the final Lead Zone store to close. And sadly, it had been that very first one that I mentioned in the beginning that was in Tokyo, Japan. Lead Zone themselves being lost to time, completely shut down once that last store closed.
Ouch.
You would be hard-pressed to find any information on Lead Zone nowadays that doesn't involve an internet archive. Thankfully, there were some other arcades other than Lead Zone that still hosted these Neo arcade machines. But finally, on February 1st, 2010, support for those machines would end as well, with the servers being taken offline, which pretty much
following content is affected. Clan status, yeah, everything.
Affected the entire game. The only way to still play the game is either offline on those limited and most likely long gone arcade machines, or using an emulator for a second version of the game that was actually leaked not too long ago. csneo.net has a decent tutorial for it. I made sure to search far and wide to see if anyone actually still has these machines in their possessions, but with most forums being completely in Japanese, it was very hard to search for it. Of course, I couldn't find it even after searching the depths of the internet, so I think it's safe to say that this game
Chad, I don't know if I want to say it. I went on one of the biggest fucking detective work trying to find something that I want to buy recently during Burnout, bro. Should I say what it is? I don't know if I should. Maybe there's something out there now, one of you guys will buy it. And then I got done so dirty. I love Yu-Gi-Oh, right? It's my childhood game. And I was this close to buying Katsuki Takahashi, the creator of Yu-Gi-Oh, rest in peace, a signed Shikiri, you call it. He did these at like 4 different events. It's a signature on it. And this one is one from San Diego Comic-Con, 2000 something crazy old. And this was on eBay. And I talked to the guy on eBay, and I was new to the scene, and there's tons of fakes of these. All right? So what did I do? I asked a guy who I can trust, hey, can you check if this one is real, if this one is legit? At the same time, I asked the eBay guy, yo, can you send me some more proof that it's actually real? He sent me San Diego Comic-Con, his email, his pass from the Comic-Con, some other cards, some souvenirs. It was legit deluxe. I went to bed. He didn't reply instantly. He replied next day. I went to bed, waited for a reply from my friend, waited for a reply from the guy on eBay. Next day, friend says, I asked some other guy, he said it's legit. I look at my email inbox. This guy replied on eBay as well with all the proof. It was legit, and then the item was sold. Dude. And then the item was sold. The guy, I asked the guy who I can 100% trust. The guy that I can 100% trust asked a guy who owns one of these. And the guy who owns one of these asked another guy, a guy from Japan, who owns multiple of these. That guy bought this. This was listed for 2,000 euros. It's worth like 4,000. But I found it randomly. Sometimes on eBay listings don't show up. That's why I didn't sell yet. Or it was listed for 3,000, something like this. And then, bro, I back and forth with the seller. Yo, the guy, it's a guy who I asked, let me buy it, let me offer some more. He said, okay, he canceled the purchase because his delivery wasn't fine or something, made up reasons so he doesn't get banned on eBay. I said I'll offer not double, but something way more. He said sure. He canceled the purchase. He listed it. He said I listed in 10 minutes. Be ready. I was ready. Me refreshing on my fucking phone. My mom was over at that time. This was during burnout. Refresh. I said like, Mom, if I get this, I will be.
Yo, they're targeting the Filipinos.
This video is about the aftermath of another attack. This time, the attacker targets Japanese school students and teachers in Suzhou, China. A staff on the school bus was also injured as she attempted to stop the attacker. The Japanese mother and child are both okay now. This video is from a witness of the attack from a Japanese news station. It roughly translates to that there were 50 to 60 kids from this particular Japanese school that were nearby when it happened. Now, just 2 weeks after 4 Americans were attacked in northern China, the nationalistic rampage continues. China is just angry today. Their anger is not justified because it's the product of nationalism and brainwashing. It's anger created by the Chinese Communist Party to justify their ruling and to poison the people. Their decades of anti-Japan, anti-American propaganda has resulted in actual hate crimes happening in
I like how China's looking for tourism, but at the same time fucking hates everyone. You can't fucking say, unless you're from Detroit or New York or whatever the fucking place there is that has Waffle House in the United States. Unless you're one of them guys, you can't just fucking go into a fucking you can't just open up a country, say that you're welcoming tourism, and then say to everyone who who, who are your citizens, you say to them, foreigners and outsiders are goyim. They are goy, or whatever the fuck is the Chinese equivalent of it. That they're subhuman. Like you're some fucking Warhammer 40k role player who deems every other race is fucking lower than you. And then bitch about it that you're getting poor. It's so dumb. It's fucking retarded.
in China. Now, I'm not saying that all Chinese people are like that. The woman who stopped the attacker is a clear example of good people out there. But I think in general, there's a big shift in China. Part of the reason is this. Video shows police stopping e-scooters because the government says that they're illegal. So suddenly all the delivery drivers relying on them are forced to destroy their own bikes because otherwise they have to pay hefty fines to get it back. Or in this video, similarly, a father who's trying to carry his sick son with a high fever is stopped due to the scooter police. They don't care if you have an emergency.
The fuck? Not. Ah shit. Hope. Hope on Panduri. No more boobas. No more boobas. No. Oh, it's when they did the beef lasagna. Ah.
No. Take it out.
That's what you want to do. And double jump here.
excited? These seats are insane. 15-hour flight, Darren. Are you ready? These seats are insane. Are you excited? These seats are insane. 15. These seats are insane.
Outside. I swear, someone's outside. Or hold on. I thought I heard someone outside you.
15-hour flight, Darren. Are you ready? You got a little playpen here. It goes up.
God damn! Shaky. Still clean. I like that. I wish all fucking airplanes have that.
Another one. We are back in UK, Brighton, where we used to live. Really trippy. It's been 2.5 years for me since we moved. Lots have changed, lots hasn't. Yeah, we're meeting up with some friends, explore the town that we used to live in. What are you doing there, buddy? We forgot Björn's luggage. We have to do some shopping. You liking Brighton, Björn? Yes.
Damn, Bjorn.
Hello. So cute. Look, Björn, it's Momo. Yes. Momo crashed into me. Yes, thank you.
Oh, crash into the second tower, no!
Thank you. You have to buy this now. Thank you. So cute. Beautiful. Here we are. What are you doing here? Alright. I don't think. How are you gonna be in it if you're there? I'll pull back. Oh my god, I closed my eyes. Oh. That was bad. That was real bad. Let's see what happens. I love the ding. Alright. What do we got? They're good. Those are cute. Who's more confused, me or Bjorn? You were. Or do you want to say? It's so rare to snow in Brighton. I can't believe right as we are here. That's amazing. I don't think it's gonna stick, but it might. Baby, let's go.
Go back inside.
It looks like. Well, you tried. Look at this little guy and his little footprints, huh? Look at these. Straight from the source. Coffee man himself makes me a coffee. Holy. This is what dreams are made of. Look at this. He's walking so well. It's the snow. It's this miracle after another.
Headlock and was like,
That's really good. That's actually good.
hell yeah.
Yeah. I'm not big on coffee, to be honest, but that's really good.
Not even sponsored.
Not even. Oh, you pay me later.
We've been traveling a lot in this vlog, and the one thing that I always use when I travel is sailing. Sailing has made my life while traveling 10 times better. While you guys and me and myself in the past would wait in line, going through the hassle of renting a Wi-Fi box, having to carry an extra thing when you're traveling, worrying if it's charged or not, going through swapping out SIMs, worrying about losing your original SIM, all this stuff should not be a thing. And thanks to Saily, it's no more. Saily is an eSIM that works in over 180 countries. And the best part is you can sign up before you even travel, pick how much data you want to use, and then don't have to worry about it. As soon as you land, it connects and you're done. So while people are waiting in line to do all this extra stuff that you don't want to do when you're tired after traveling, I don't even have to think about it. It's the best. Why has this not been a thing already? You need internet when you travel more than ever. I told myself in the past in other trips where I'm like, I'll just connect to Wi-Fi. I'll find free Wi-Fi. And then it just becomes like such a huge hassle. That's never worth it. So thank you, Saily, for being an amazing product that I love to sponsor. And I'm also extra happy to be sponsored because I can hook you guys up. With my discount code PewDiePie, you get 15% off. So make sure you use that as well for the best pricing. With this QR code, I highly recommend it. If it doesn't work for whatever, you get your money in return. So it's risk-free. Check it out. Thank you, Saily.
Good job.
The reaction time. Here you go, buddy. If I give it.
How is it fucking
Are
stupid?
you ready?
Yarn. That's dangerous. His face. Oh, I'm doing something scary, aren't I? Ah, the beautiful architecture of UK. I love it. Gorgeous. Scaffolding in UK. What? No way. What's the good ones? This one's pretty, yeah. Do you just know that was there before there?
Word.
More. So this one is for babies, a baby chino. Your first cappuccino. Are you ready? Yeah. Oh. Was that good? EBR. Brighton Pier. Beautiful day. So sunny. I always associate UK with just grey weather, but we were so lucky. It's been really nice. I remember playing, that was the best spot over there for Pokemon Go when that was big. Oh my gosh, someone's actually swimming. That's insane. So many videos shot on this beach as well. So many memories.
Think about subscriber count.
There's so many memories hitting me, seeing so many different parts of Brighton from here. We lived here a long time, and yeah, so many great memories. It's really fun to see. Oh my gosh, I forgot there too.
Yo, oh shit, it was back. Before was back.
He's waiting for you. Oh, too much. Oh, sorry. Too much. Björn? No, right there. No, it's there.
Favorite thing in the world.
Yes! Yeah! this is the shop where I bought the outfit for Beastmaster 64. I remember just scrambling to get whatever for the video. Hey, Bian, can I have some cheese? Can I have some cheese? No, it's your cheese? Oh, thank you. Yes, we're going back. You have crazy hair. Early start today. Going to Italy next to see the grandparents. It was really lovely to see Brighton again. I mean, we lived
I
here
like,
for
I like
8
fucking
years.
Bjorn's
It's a long
hair.
time.
It's
We kind of
progressively
got stuck
going
here because
crazier
of
and crazier.
COVID when we were moving out to Japan. It took so much longer, and I felt like I was stuck here because of it. I had no choice but to stay, and it made me really resent Brighton. Like, I got really angry, and like I got annoyed by small things like there's scaffolding everywhere, and it made me really not like Brighton for before I left. And I think it was nice that I got to come back and see it for the good that it is. Like, it is a lovely town that we enjoyed for a long time of our lives. So, and obviously meeting our friends too that we really miss was so nice as well. So yeah, great stop. Next one, Italy. So we used to live in that one by the balcony, and there were always scaffolding. Surprise on both of them. So yeah, we had the ocean right here. Bob Sarvagana, whichever will it be. It's a flop down this area, so I'm here to spill the real tea. You trying to date through my dad? You're on your own. Just that. Is he waving it? Ciao. We're going to a play center for Bjorn here in Italy. We'll see if he gets to play. He is very excited. That's all it takes. Mamma mia, che bello. We're visiting a new city today. Should be really scenic and fun, but damn, Italy is cold. Have you frozen shut? You don't even know how to speak. Wow. Ramp. Wow. we're in the mountains of Asiago, and Björn is gonna go on a second time sledding. First time he was too young and he didn't really care for it, so I'm curious if you'll think it's more fun this time, Björn. You look so cute in the hat. So pretty here in the mountains, but apparently it's way less snow than it used to be.
Oh! Well, hey.
Marcia's turn with Björn. It felt a little dangerous. I'm a little worried for her. Like I fell once. I'm so nervous for her. Okay, she's doing fine. Yeah.
It's fine. Like decent speed.
Yeah! Yay, Björn! I'm going last time solo because I'm too scared of going with Björn. And I gotta show everyone. Why am I so bad at sledding? I thought I was good as a Swede. Keep falling over. I got shown up by
Oh
the kid.
god. It's really fun to just watch other people's fucking in-game shit. And this is one of the good ones that actually feels good watching. Of course you feel bad about yourself, but shit, at least you're seeing someone who actually made it. This guy went from trials and tribulations of a bunch of N-words. Oh no. Bad. Lot more frames. I'm gonna rest up. Jesus. Jump up.
You can take it. Alright, what's up? It's me with my boy. Yeah. cool, man. Yeah. Back in Japan. I got a swollen nose. That was a really nice trip. Last flight was very long, but Björn is finally asleep. We're back in rainy Tokyo. Oh, he's not asleep. He's shocked. But yeah, happy to be back and settle back in. And then soon my mom is coming to visit as well, which is really nice. I am starting to feel like we are living very far away, especially when you travel with a baby. No offense, Björn. What are you doing? Oh my god, what a cutie. Look at this. Oh, that's a souffle. That's good. Give it a shake. What is she crying? Oh my gosh. I've never seen you run. I'm too old for Shibuya now. It's too messy for my heart. Really? And then what happened? Okay. Damn, that was perfect. You can see himself on the screen. He looks very cute.
He's doing the fucking face too, like how Felix would do it same time before. With the hands.
Can you do this now? Good day. We're going to Shibuya for a little date, me and Marcia. A little midday date. It's too slow. Beautiful day, and happy to be in Japan. Can't seem to avoid the Shibuya these days. We're going to this record cafe where you can play music. It seemed really fun. I actually saw it on like a short. So maybe it's a bit touristy, but maybe it's cool. I don't know. We'll check it out. This is so Japanese. I love it. We're starting off with arabe. Switching up to things we never heard. We just picked random. So cute. It's like an LP. I'm not huge on Baumkuchen. Sorry, Germans. I recognize this.
Motherfucker.
That's why. shopping, and that's it.
This is day 3 of asking a professional chef to turn my potato fancy.
First step, we gotta peel the potatoes. I'm not a patient human, so I'm gonna cut these. You can leave them whole. Fill this up with some cold water. Pinch of salt in there. I'm gonna use these peelings. I gotta soak them. I wanna get all the water out. That's just gonna dry. These potatoes are about ready to pull off. I'm gonna dump these out onto a sheet tray real quick so they dry out for me. Add in your potatoes. So it's mashing the potato. Just in case you're wondering what all this hard work is for, it's for that. Give this a little mix. Here's my cheese. These are all those potato peels into a fryer. Good. Onto some paper towels. Salt, chives. You got fried potato peels, truffle aioli, bon maligout.
Let's dig in. One more bite. Oh my gosh. Holy crap. Truffle aioli.
Pull up 6 inches.
6 inches?
Alright, gotcha.
Double.
Cool. Right there. Oh my god! Pull up 6 inches.
6 inches?
Alright, gotcha.
The mortal realm. You hear that, Oogly? I'm back. I has returned. The mortal realm.
The first.
Nick, you're gay.
Huh?
You're gay. Be gay. Be gay. Be gay.
Be gay.
I just had to make sure these animals blush.
Oh.
Not you, you fastidious queen.
Oh, you must be Nick. Well, friends call me Gay Nick.
Nick, you're gay.
Huh?
You're gay. Be gay.
I don't know what to fuck. I'm curious.
Jeg rejser ud til nogle af klodens fjerneste afkroge for at se, hvad det er, smilet kan gøre. Og så har jeg fundet ud af, at når man arbejder med smil, jamen så krakelerer facaden, og så kommer du ind under huden på folk. Lige nu triller vi officielt ind over den ikke smilet.
I'd rather watch just them propaganda of them being a better country. China. The differing.
남자살이 하나 있답니다.
That's enough.
Hello there, guys. Many of you have likely seen this image before. Vienna, 1913 to 1914. Historical records show us that within the Austrian capital city, there were 5 men who would, in wildly different ways, forever change the course of human history. And they all apparently lived, for a short period of time, within just a couple miles of each other. Sigmund Freud, Mustache Man, Leon Trotsky, Joseph Stalin, and Archduke Franz Ferdinand. For a few months, these unlikeliest of neighbors could have passed by each other on the street, drank coffee at the same cafe, or shared a mutual friend or two. Maybe, just once, 2 of them both reached for the same apple at the grocery store and got all embarrassed when their hands touched. It is always fascinating and surprising to discover historical figures from such radically different areas of history coexisted directly alongside each other in the most mundane of ways, totally unaware of each other's significance. I wanted to find more examples of this phenomena, and sure enough, I recently stumbled across this image on Twitter that quickly gained a bunch of popularity.
What the
It is
fuck?
an aerial photo of the ruins of the ancient city of Ur in
That
modern-day
close.
Iraq. 2 buildings are labeled. One belonged to the notoriously shady copper merchant Eya Natsir, known primarily from a surviving cuneiform tablet that was basically the ancient equivalent of a Yelp review, written by a customer angrily complaining of being sold inferior quality copper. The other building apparently belonged to the prophet Abraham, father of questionable parenting and patriarch to the 3 Abrahamic religions, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. Apparently these 2 characters lived for a time just down the street from each other. And it got me thinking, is this actually true? Was Ur the Bronze Age equivalent of Vienna? Did these 2 men, who would become famous for completely different reasons thousands of years later, briefly live simply as neighbors to one another? Well, today we will investigate this claim. Were Eanatsir and Abraham actually neighbors? So to start, we should probably ask ourselves, who were these men, and what was this city claimed to be their shared home? Well, the prophet Abraham, probably doesn't need much background. Often hailed as the founder of 3 major religions, a good portion of the human population should be relatively familiar with Abraham and the stories associated with him. Most of our information on Abraham's life comes from the biblical book of Genesis. We are told that in the distant past, a man named Abram was chosen by God and told to settle in the land of Canaan. He forms a covenant with God and changes his name to Abraham, or the father of many nations, in the process. As this name would suggest, he would later go on to father many children, among them being Isaac, ancestor of the Israelites, and Ishmael, ancestor of the Arabs. Among his many claimed descendants are King David, Jesus, and Muhammad, in addition to countless others. Of interest to us, however, is the place of Abraham's birth. The book of Genesis states in a very brief 2 verses that before God spoke to him, Abraham and his family lived in a place called Ur Kasdim, or anglicized as Ur of the Chaldees. And for centuries, Christians, Jews, and Muslims alike have searched for this Ur Kasdim, the hometown of Abraham, often to no avail. Now, fast forward to the 1920s. A British archaeologist named Sir Leonard Woolley excavates the ruins of an ancient city in the Iraqi desert at the modern site of Tel Amugaer. His excavations revealed a maze of hundreds of buildings, streets, temples, and tombs. Inscriptions revealed it to be named Ur, though the exact pronunciation is unclear. It was once a powerful Sumerian city, a center of trade and commerce in Mesopotamia during the Bronze Age. One large building, designated by Woolley as Building Number 1, located towards the center of this Ur and built off of what has been dubbed Old Street, is of interest to us. Scattered throughout the house, the archaeologist uncovered a cache of inscribed clay tablets, one of them being found in the doorway between rooms 2 and 7. Woolley believed room 7 was the kitchen. Frequently written on these tablets was the name of a Sumerian businessman, Ea Natsir, often mentioned alongside complaints about the quality of the copper he apparently trafficked and sold. In all likelihood, this building was likely the residence and probably also the business front of this merchant. Ea Natsir probably lived and worked here along with his family, workers, and slaves. The size of his house shows that he was wealthy and successful for his day. Business must have been booming despite the negative reviews. Now, as you may have already noticed, the name of Ea Natsir city, Ur, might raise a few eyebrows, and this definitely wasn't lost on the city's excavator, Leonard Woolley, who rather quickly suspected it was the long-sought-after birthplace of Abraham, the Ur Kasdim mentioned so briefly in the book of Genesis. And the general consensus among archaeologists today is that Woolley was right. The Sumerian Ur is probably the Ur Kasdim of the Bible, even if the proof of this is pretty weak, and there are now several rival archaeological sites also fighting for this title. Nonetheless, it seems like our 2 boys, Ea Natsir and Abraham, may have shared the same hometown after all. But the question of if their houses were close by, and if they even existed at the same time, is a whole nother story. With Ea Natsir, we actually know 2 rough dates around which he lived in Ur. He is mentioned by name in some clay tablets, which show that he was an active merchant and trader in the 11th and 19th years of the Larsa king Ram-Sin, 1811 and 1803 BC. This would mean that Ea Natsir was likely still operating his copper scam around the same time as when the famous Babylonian conqueror and lawgiver Hammurabi was born, though it is doubtful the 2 ever met. Unfortunately, we do not know how old Ea Natsir was at this time, nor how long he lived after. One can only hope that the lovable rapscallion lived a long and happy life. Dating the life of Abraham and his possible time in Ur, on the other hand, is much harder for several reasons. For one thing, the book of Genesis never provides a time period for Abraham's life. It is always kept vague and hazy. Unlike Ea Natsir, Genesis never records the name of an individual king or pharaoh for which Abraham is said to have been alive during the reign of, nor does it mention any shared major historical event by which we could correlate his life with other non-biblical sources, namely a battle or the construction of a monument or founding of a city. Instead, most biblical scholars have to use tiny, minute details within the Genesis text itself to create a very shaky timeline or chronology for the stories, precarious as a deck of cards. Typically, they accomplish this by using the genealogy lists the Bible provides. X begat Y, who begat Z, and so on, stacking the generations on top of each other to create a chain, generally using the life of Moses in the Exodus as an anchor point going backwards to Abraham. However, this has its own problems. The dating of Moses' own life is up for debate and difficult to pin down. This is primarily because the pharaoh in the Exodus is rather unhelpfully left unnamed, so scholars must hotly debate who that pharaoh might have been, and what time period that was. with little agreement or consensus to this day. No fewer than 14 different pharaohs have been proposed, creating wildly different anchor points for these biblical chronologies. The consequence of all this is that the years estimated by biblical scholars for the life and death of Abraham often amount to glorified guesses, with countless competing, sometimes entirely contradictory dates depending on who you ask. At times, you'll even get contradictory dates from the same source. Thanks, Answers in Genesis. You just gave me more questions, not answers. I don't know which one of these two birth dates you gave for Abraham to believe. Okay. Let me step down. Let me calm down a little bit. By comparing dozens of sources, many of them Christian, it seems that generally, Abraham is said to have existed somewhere vaguely between or around 2100 BC and 1750 BC, which equates to sometime during the Middle Bronze Age. Now, you may have noticed that this isn't exactly specific, and you're right. It's like saying, yeah, my great ancestor Jimmy was alive sometime between George Washington and Obama. That doesn't really narrow things down, you know. Also, keep in mind that even this massive range of about 350 years is debated, and some scholars have proposed Abraham existing as recently as 700 BC in the Iron Age, or as distantly as 2900 BC in the early Bronze Age. Now, this huge and hazy span of time in which Abraham could have existed does overlap with the life of Ea Nasir in the final years of the 19th century BC. But then again, with an estimate that wide, this doesn't really mean much. Depending on which dates you favor, Abraham could either have been 1,000 years dead by that time, or 1,000 years in the future. We're talking vast periods of time in which whole empires rose and fell, during which Abraham may or may not have been alive. And on another level, it's even more complicated than that. The reliability of Genesis itself as a historical source is contested. Details in it contradict other historical sources and archaeological evidence. Abraham is a legendary figure. Unlike Ea Nasir, we do not have any contemporary documents mentioning his name until long after he is said to have lived. The book of Genesis, according to most scholars, wasn't composed until around 500 BC, meaning much like the Iliad or the Odyssey, the stories in it must have circulated orally, by word of mouth, generation after generation, for over 1,000 years before they were properly written down. This has led many historians to question if Abraham existed at all. His nebulous time period and the lack of archaeological evidence to support his existence puts him on the level of King Arthur, Orpheus, Oedipus, or Achilles, figures closer in the realm of legend than of history. Did a real historical man named Abraham actually exist, live and grow up in the Sumerian city of Ur? We don't know, and likely can never know. This is a person that would have existed so far in the past, and left such little trace that it is difficult to discuss anything about his life with much certainty. It certainly isn't impossible that he existed, it's just hard to say. We just don't have the facts or data. But what about the supposed house of Abraham in Ur, just down the street from Ea Nasir's? Well, I hate to break it to you, but that's not Abraham's house. It's just called that because of tourism. That's a modern name tacked onto it for basically, no reason? Probably stemming from Sir Leonard Woolley's nickname for this quarter of the city during his excavations in the 1920s. He labeled this area AH, or Abraham's Housing. It was just a nickname he made up, in the same way Woolley made up all the street names and the housing numbers in his maps. It was just a way to label things, and he just was like, yeah, I'll call it Abraham's Housing, why not? The building in question, heavily reconstructed in the 1980s, is roughly dated to 1800 BC, to the time of Ea Nasir. But crucially, it wasn't a place of residence. It was an administrative center, a public government building. Calling it Abraham's house was basically just an excuse to drum up tourism because it roughly doing a lot of legwork here, dates to around the time Abraham may have existed, which, as we have already seen, isn't exactly precise. You might as well pick any random building in the entire city of Ur and say it's Abraham's, and it would be about as accurate a statement, if not more. So, in conclusion, were Ea Nasir and Abraham neighbors? Well, maybe. I do think it is possible, and let me be careful here, that the prophet and the copper trader could have met and been neighbors, but there's a lot of qualifiers to that statement. First of all, it depends on if the Ur of archaeology was in fact the same place as the Ur Kasdim of the Bible. Second, it depends on when exactly Abraham lived, if he lived at all. To meet Ea Nasir, he would need to have lived in Ur sometime around 1800 BC. And lastly, no, this particular building, despite its name, wasn't Abraham's. If Abraham did in fact live in Ur around the same time as Ea Nasir, he must have lived somewhere else. So take your pick. But yes, it certainly is possible. Probable? But possible, yes, in light of the very hazy and poor historical record we have for both of these figures. The two could have met. And if they ever actually did, both of them probably could never have imagined that people would be talking about and debating the possibility of that encounter almost 4,000 years later. Ea Nasir and Abraham meeting on the streets of Ur. And with that, thank you so much for watching. I'll see you next time.
Downtown Tokyo, March 20th, 1995. Two men are driving to the subway station. Rush hour is about to start.
Let's watch
They make a pit stop at a convenience store. The driver buys 2 newspapers. The passenger, gloves, a knife, tape, and sandals. The passenger is dropped off in front of the station. His train is arriving shortly. He boards the front carriage, and after 3 stops, he takes a package out of his bag and drops it onto the floor. It's wrapped in newspapers from the convenience store. He takes the sharpened tip of his umbrella and drives it into the package. A few more holes for good measure. The driver is waiting for him outside. He makes sure that any liquid left by the package is gone. The liquid the man just released on the Tokyo subway is over 900 milliliters of sarin, one of the deadliest nerve agents on the planet. On March 20th, 1995, at the height of morning rush hour, Tokyo was attacked. Emergency services overwhelmed. Hundreds of calls flood in. People are dying in the Tokyo subway. The man Ikuo Hayashi was one of 5. 5 people who released almost 5 liters of liquid sarin in the cramped and poorly ventilated compartments of 3 subway lines. Chiyoda, Hibiya, and Marunouchi. 3 lines that converge at a single point, the heart of Tokyo's government. It was an attack ordered by a blind, paranoid man. But it was a man with $1 billion, an arsenal of deadly chemical weapons, and hundreds of loyal followers.
God damn it, I was right. I was right.
He brainwashed thousands with a perverse system of spiritual superiority.
He even made a manga for it.
The final goal to save the world by ending it. This is the story of the Tokyo subway gas attack.
That fat ass
This
was
video was
familiar.
made possible by 80,000 hours, and the research was done by Robert J. Lifton, Ian Reeder, Haruki Murakami, and countless others. Chitsuo Matsumoto was born to a family of tatami mat makers. He couldn't see through one eye, but had some vision left in the other. As a child, he was sent to a special school. There, he used the eye that he had left to control his fully blind classmates. He forced them to strike each other, helped some go into town on the condition of money and favors. Teachers said he was tender to some, brutal towards others. 20 years later, he graduated and became a masseur and acupuncturist. 3 years later, he met his wife. With the help of her parents, he opened up a store that sold Chinese herbal medicine. Discovering a talent for selling snake oil, he made hundreds of thousands off of fake drugs and potions. But Matsumoto was more talented at selling than hiding. He's caught and served a jail sentence. Going bankrupt and experiencing profound shame, he grew resentful of the state that took from him. In his darkest hour, he meditated, practiced yoga, read Eastern philosophy, and studied. He embraced Buddhist concepts of karma, redemption, and rebirth, and built his own interpretation. With newfound confidence, he starts a new business, a yoga school and publishing company. Matsumoto becomes a guru. Determined to fix the mistakes he made earlier, he combines his skills from marketing with spirituality. A photo of him levitating appears in a magazine. Photos of him getting endorsed by spiritual leaders. He does interviews and tells the world that he wandered the Japanese countryside when a deity appeared before him. It told him he was the god of light who will lead the armies of all the gods to usher in the holy kingdom of Shambhala through a final war that will end all darkness. TV appearances, radio shows, magazine interviews, deceptive photos and articles are paying off. He leaves behind his old self, no longer Chitsuo Matsumoto, a failed salesman, the boy raised by tatami mat makers. Now Shoko Asahara, a guru with a following. The name of his cult, Om Shinrikyo. Supreme Truth. But his cult is not like others. He's surrounded by brilliant scientists, chemists, physicists, Japanese from elite universities, and families. Asahara had a goal that needed talent. Talent that would help him build a new Japanese civilization after Armageddon, with him at its center. In his own mind and that of his followers, he was a god. The closer you were to him, the higher your rank. To move up, he created tests. He filtered members for their devotion and talent, and began targeting the young and educated. Holding talks at top universities, Asahara crafted a message that blended spirituality with science. He offered outfitted research labs alongside enlightenment. He marketed himself to those who felt alienated from Japanese society. Sexual advertisements to target lonely young men, flirtatious women on the answering machine. Most ignored his advances, but some did attend his talks. These were Samana Minarai, one foot in Om, the other still in Japanese society, the lowest of his hierarchy. Once a novice, the next step was a loyal member, a Samana. Only a Samana could truly join the master. They could unlock supernatural abilities like Asahara, levitation, telepathy, and mind reading. But they had to cut off their lives. A Samana had to renounce their family, property, money, work, and even their names. They had to give it all to Om Shinrikyo. During their initiation, they participated in mass prayer ceremonies. They were given high doses of LSD and were locked in small rooms for weeks. Samanas were forced into celibacy. They were forbidden to love or to ejaculate. For young men who joined a religious death cult, the former significantly easier than the latter. They endured exhausting breathing exercises, long hours of meditation, and were sometimes expected to rise and kneel 100,000 times in a row. On top of this schedule, each member was given heavy unpaid labor. It was normal for them to only get 3 hours of sleep a night. This was required for Asahara to cull his stock. The line between punishment and training was blurred by design. Long exposure to scalding hot and freezing cold water, hanging upside down for hours. Samanas were told this was training, the only way to rid themselves of bad karma. Karma is a core belief in Buddhist tradition. Good actions bring good results. Bad actions bring suffering. Traditionally weaponized by white girls with dreadlocks who call their exes narcissists, Asahara used it differently. According to him, it could be removed through physical means like asceticism and self-torture. If they worked hard enough, they could also remove it from others. By the late 80s, his operation had matured. His goals shifted from acquiring followers to using them. He tells them of his Shambhala plan. Their movement would spread and transform the world into a utopian paradise. He launches a new headquarters near Mount Fuji. They start acquiring rural plots of land to build lotus villages. These were isolated communities of Om followers that were models for their new civilization. The beginning of his state within a state. He knew the power of vision well, so he hid his followers from the outside. It's September 1988. A Samana is hung upside down at the Mount Fuji Center. He had been showing signs of mental illness during the cult's rituals. They immersed him in ice-cold water to calm him down. He dies. That wasn't supposed to happen. Asahara and company are worried. This could ruin their entire operation. They tell no one, and they burn his body, and hide his ashes by dropping them in a lake. First crisis averted. But now they had a new problem. The men's friend Shuji Taguchi saw what happened and threatened to leave and snitch. That wasn't supposed to happen. As Asahara's fear, isolation, and power grew, so did his interpretation of karma. Everyone outside of Ohm was infected with bad karma. If they died, they would suffer in the afterlife. His members, however, were spiritually superior, equipped with the ability to take on their karma. They had a duty to elevate people's souls. A spiritually superior person could cleanse them of their bad karma by killing them. On the orders of Asahara, they had to poa Shuji Taguchi. He was strangled by 5 members in a small tatami cell. Asahara's first real kill. His cult was no longer a small yoga studio. Asahara had given them a spiritual right to murder. If he organized them properly, he could do even more. But the larger it grew, the more attention it drew. People were starting to take notice of the strange cult with colorful robes. Tatsumi Sakamoto is an anti-cult lawyer. He knows Ohm seizes assets and holds members against their will. One day, he decides to do something about it. Months after Ohm's first POA, he records an interview. He tells the Tokyo Broadcasting System of the cult's predatory tactics. To not cause offense, the TBS shows senior figures in Ohm the interview out of fear, to make sure they wouldn't get sued. A few days later, a few men walk up to an apartment complex in the suburbs of Yokohama. At around 3 a.m., armed with hammers, hypodermic needles, and potassium chloride, the men enter the Sakamoto residence through an unlocked door. They find Sakamoto and his family sleeping. They hit Tsutsumi in the head with a hammer. He's injected with potassium chloride and strangled. At the same time, his wife is also injected, beaten, and strangled to death. The men proceed to murder their son. They remove all 3 bodies from the apartment. Just another compassionate act of salvation, Asahara explained. Asahara had killed twice without consequences. His vision expanded. He saw the absolute loyalty of his followers. There was no limit to what he could make them do. Anyone opposing the group was labeled as evil and marked for elimination. Soon, that meant the entire world. Similar to the Nazis during World War II, Ohm viewed society outside as filled with inferior people who did not deserve to belong to the new world they were creating. Spiritual superiority replaced racial superiority. Ohm members became gatekeepers of life and death. With the ego that only a very serious meditator has, Asahara truly believed he was the second coming of Christ, Shiva, and other deities. But proving he was God brought problems. He made world-ending predictions. Tokyo and Japan would sink. A world war would erupt between the USA and Russia in 1999. Nuclear war in 2003. He needed these visions to seem larger than life, but they also had to come true. If they didn't, it could show his followers that their emperor wore no clothes. But Asahara specifically crafted his organization to make his visions real. Ohm was divided into ministries and agencies, each run by a high-ranking member chosen for their expertise and dedication. These were the upper ranks, his inner circle. Hisako Ishii built a war chest. An office worker in her former life, she showed exceptional administrative skill. She helped Ohm amass $1 billion in assets. Asahara's bathwater cost $1,000, his blood $10,000. Nothing was off limits. When followers became samanas, their assets were seized, including valuables co-owned by family members. They took advantage of their followers' cheap labor to launch new businesses: fitness clubs, real estate dealings, restaurants, and even babysitting and dating services. They undercut the Japanese computer market by assembling and selling computers for cheap. Eventually, they went international. A tea plantation in Sri Lanka, a sheep farm in Australia. They used shell companies to purchase a variety of high-tech equipment, chemicals, and pharmaceuticals, eventually used in the manufacture of drugs and weapons. Under the leadership of Ishii, Ohm assembled the necessary capital. Now they needed to make sure they could keep the operation running smoothly, without problems. Ikuo Hayashi was a member of the Japanese super elite. He attended one of Tokyo's top private universities. He later became the head of a medical department at a hospital. With the help of 10 resident doctors, he set up the Astral Hospital Institute to keep the cult membership in check. Here they detained, tortured, blackmailed, and killed members and their families. Ohm doctors conducted spy checks, injecting suspects with true serum drugs and interrogating them. Hayashi introduced new narco treatments, combining these drugs with electroshock therapy to try and erase members' memories. They removed fingerprints and changed facial features to disguise their crimes. Anything to protect Asahara's plans for Armageddon. Overseeing high-tech weapons was Hideo Murai. He graduated from Osaka University with a degree in physics. He studied the X-ray emissions of celestial bodies. Murai worked closely with Asahara, who ordered him to make devices that could prove he was enlightened. Nikola Tesla's earthquake machine, a plasma weapon that would vaporize only humans and leave infrastructure intact, so Ohm could inhabit the empty buildings after the world's end. These experiments led nowhere, but Asahara needed something. His fear of losing kept growing. He forced detention of members who tried to leave, kidnapped those who did. He played tapes to members where he showed wars all over the world, discussed weapons of mass destruction, and preached that they were under attack from the US, the CIA, the Japanese government, Freemasons, the Emperor, and the Crown Princess. He had to do whatever he could to maintain control, but his visions to prove he was a god weren't coming true. Until they did. In 1995, he assigned a member to predict natural disasters by making astrological calculations. On live radio, the man gave a semi-educated guess. An earthquake would happen around Kobe. 9 days later, over 5,000 people lost their lives in a devastating Kobe earthquake. For his followers, this was indisputable evidence that Asahara could see the future. Armageddon was coming. Members were afraid for their lives while he gained time. Time to get his followers to fight in his final war for Shambhala, to cleanse the world of its bad karma, saving it by ending it. He turned away from fantasy weapons to proven ones. The Ministry of Health and Welfare was responsible for biological and chemical weapons. At Ohm's main laboratory, around 100 scientists work with equipment costing upwards of $30 million. Saichi Endo dropped out of his graduate program in virology at the Kyoto University Medical School to join Ohm. Masami Tsuchiya was a graduate student in organic physical chemistry at one of Japan's leading universities, a part-time prep school teacher before joining. They were handpicked by Asahara to find his weapons. Botulinum toxin is made by bacteria under low oxygen. It's among the deadliest known substances. Endo started by harvesting it from soil samples. Then he built large cubic fermenters to produce batches, approximately 50. They drove through central Tokyo and Narita Airport, the largest in Japan. Spraying devices were mounted inside. It would be a mass terror attempt that would topple the government. The van sprayed the toxin into the air. But nothing happened. The release was a failure. Spraying it was more difficult than manufacturing. But Endo was determined, so he tried again. This time, the imperial palace during a royal wedding of the crown prince. It would be a mass terror attempt that would topple the government. The van sprayed the toxin into the air. But nothing happened. Botulism botched again. The third time's the charm, Endo must have thought. Maybe. So one more attempt was made. 3 briefcases equipped with sprayers were placed near the ticket barriers. Wandering passengers, workers, Tokyo's government elites would be unknowing targets. And nothing happened. But Endo didn't stop there. Anthrax is an infectious disease caused by bacteria that live in soil. Animals become infected while grazing. Humans can get infected by cuts in the skin, breathing it in, or eating contaminated meat. Inhalation is the most dangerous, the most relevant for weapons. Without treatment, it's fatal. Endo probably got a harmless strain from a friend still in school. Some believe he tried to create a lethal one by combining 2 harmless ones. He moved it to mass production. Ever cautious, they tested on the roof of their headquarters. And this time they succeeded. Sort of. They made the street smell bad and killed a few birds and pets. But something had worked. They turned the anthrax into powder and drove it through central Tokyo. It would be a mass terror attempt that would topple the government. The van sprayed the toxin into the air. But nothing happened. Ohm's biological weapon attempts were almost comical if they weren't so disturbing. Asahara even sent doctors to Central Africa to bring back Ebola. That failed. Attempts at cholera and Q fever also fell short. Despite this, Ohm had other weapons they could still use. Masami Tsuchiya led their chemical weapons program. They made tabun gas, mustard gas, soman, hydrogen cyanide, and phosgene. They killed 20 dissidents by squirting them with VX. They tried to kill a journalist, a friend of the lawyer Tsutsumi Sakamoto, with phosgene gas. She escaped injured. Multiple hydrogen cyanide attacks were attempted, but failed. Despite their investment, the chemical weapons were rarely used at scale. There was only one weapon they used that was different, a weapon that, in Asahara's mind, had no equals. Sarin is colorless and odorless. Exposure causes symptoms in seconds, larger doses, death in minutes. Asahara was obsessed. He channeled all of Ohm's infrastructure into its production. They first used sarin on a small herd of sheep on their Australian ranch. And it was a success. They moved on to human trials. 2 Ohm members pull into a parking lot 37 meters away from a 3-story apartment. Inside are 3 lawyers. They were fighting Ohm in a real estate dispute and winning. The men switch on the machine, waiting for it to heat up and vaporize the 30 liters of liquid sarin. Tubing directs the gas to fans on its side. For 20 minutes, it flows into the air. But a slight breeze shifts it away from the lawyers and towards neighboring homes. Sarin enters through open windows and is pulled into apartments via AC. The next morning, 3 people are dead. 2 more die later in the hospital. Not one was one of the lawyers. Sarin had worked. Now it was time to scale it. Asahara ordered Tsuchiya to produce 70 tons of sarin. If everything went according to plan, they would release the gas over Tokyo. If everything went according to plan. There was a spill at their laboratory. This led to reports of a foul-smelling odor near their headquarters. Police gathered soil samples. They identified 2 compounds linked directly to the production of sarin. A newspaper reported it was suspiciously close to where Ohm Shinrikyo had a commune. The higher ranks panicked. They ordered the destruction of their illegal chemicals, including all their sarin stores. Within a month, Ohm built a wall inside the building, hiding the lab equipment and decorating the room to look like a prayer hall. The police didn't make a move. Despite panic inside the organization, it still seemed like they could get away with anything. But then they made another mistake. Cult members abducted a man whose sister had fled the group. Ohm wanted her back because she was wealthy, but her brother would not reveal her location. Kept barely conscious, he was drugged and imprisoned. He died of an overdose. But his abduction was witnessed. A bystander reported the van's license plate, and the police traced it to a member. Combined with the sarin soil samples, this was the final straw. The police planned a raid on the Ohm headquarters. But Asahara knew. Police informants leaked him the information. Police informants leaked him the information about the incoming raid, so he told Mirai to divert it. He ordered an attack on the Tokyo subway in 2 days. Mirai had little time and no sarin, so he enlisted the help of Hayashi, Endo, and Nakagawa. In 36 hours, he managed to produce over 10 liters. A spraying device was too unpredictable. This time they keep it simple: plastic bags and sharpened umbrellas. The Tokyo subway is the busiest in the world. It moves almost half the world's population every year, 3.9 billion people. The metro spans 286 stations on 13 lines. Despite the city's sprawling layout, it's known for its efficient design. 22% of all of Tokyo's residents use it every day. At 3 a.m. on the day of the attack, the team rehearsed with water. Hayashi then gave them all a hypodermic needle with atropine sulfate, a sarin antidote. Before rush hour, 5 cars set out to 5 different subway stations. Akuo Hayashi boards the southwestbound Chiyoda line, departing from Sendagi subway station. He continues his journey for 3 stops, puncturing his bag of sarin just before reaching his last station. He exits the train, which continues to Kasumigasaki. None of the passengers notice a thing. 26-year-old Kyoka Izumi takes a deep breath. As the air fills her lungs, it suddenly freezes in her chest. Pain spreads through her, and she doesn't know why. She feels like she's been shot. As the train approaches Kasumigasaki Station, she starts to violently cough. Everyone around her, too. Applied physicist Toru Toyoda boarded the first carriage of the northeastbound Hibiya line. Kasumigasaki Station, she starts shut. Pain spread. As the air fills, 26-year-old Kyoka Izumi takes a deep breath. Violently cough of the north leaked out before leaving at Ibitsu Station. All 900 milliliters of sarin leaked out. The passengers evacuated the carriage 3 stops later. The train continued with an empty front carriage until Kasumigasaki Station, where it was taken out of service. Masato Yokoyama boarded the 5th carriage of the Marunouchi Line train to Ikebukuro. When it approached his last station, he poked his packets of sarin, but only one was punctured. He cleaned the umbrella in the bathroom and got into his driver's car. Since the package was mostly intact, sarin was released very slowly. It was only when it reached the end of the line and returned that the package was discovered. The car was quickly wiped down, but it continued and completed another full journey. It was finally taken out of service 1 hour and 40 minutes after Yokoyama had punctured his package. On the other end of the Hibiya line, Asuo Hayashi boarded the southwestbound train. To prove his devotion to Asahara, he had volunteered to take an extra package of sarin. The packages immediately began to smell, causing passengers to feel ill. As soon as they reached the following stop, a man kicked the package onto the platform at Kodamacho Station. The small area quickly filled with the gas. The train kept going with a puddle of sarin on the floor. An overwhelmed passenger pressed the emergency button, but the train was in a tunnel and had to continue until the next stop. It finally stopped at Tsujiki Station, where 5 passengers collapsed on the platform. Kenichi Hirose boarded the westbound Marunouchi line at Ikebukuro Station. He punctured the packets of sarin and exited the train. All 900 milliliters of sarin were released. 2 passengers collapsed by the time the train reached Nakano Sakue Station. They were evacuated, and a station attendant removed the package. The train continued until the end of the line. New passengers boarded the train at Ogikubo Station. At 8:38 a.m., it continued in the opposite direction. Until 2 stops later, it was taken out of service. Ohm's attack killed 13 people and injured more than 6,000. When it was determined that sarin was the cause, Ohm was connected within hours. On March 22nd, the police raided the Ohm headquarters and other Lotus villages. They discovered the infrastructure meant to produce chemical weapons. Hideo Murai, the mastermind behind the attack, was murdered by Yakuza in public. Asahara was arrested in late spring, hiding in a hidden room covered in his own piss. He and 12 other Ohm members were given the death penalty. They were executed in 2018. While the attack was terrible, it could have been even worse. Tsuchiya produced sarin at over 70% purity for Matsumoto. That level was deadly enough to float into a neighboring house and still kill 3 people. Under the pressure of time, Endo had made a batch half as pure for the subway attack. Because of the accidental spill in the previous year, he didn't have access to all the chemicals needed for production. If he did, the result could have been far different. Ohm was given official religious status by the Japanese police. It got tax breaks, immunity from prosecution, and made it difficult, taboo, for police to investigate. Risk-avoidant police and a paranoid man who knew how to hide after his first business failed. It wasn't a coincidence that he moved members far away from civilization and described what they did with vague spiritual nonsense. A yoga studio that brought lonely people together, peer pressure and isolation manipulated what was acceptable. Then Asahara slowly kept turning up the temperature. He purposely hunted individuals good at solving problems, and he gave them problems to solve that were terrible. All around us are systems whose goals are not aligned with human well-being, albeit at different scales. YouTubers that engineer misleading, anger-inducing titles to maximize clicks. Factory farms, AI weapon systems that evolve daily. Many don't know that better options exist, to the detriment of us all. There are many ways to do good, and they're not downstream from a single man convinced of his own superiority. Someone close to me is quite talented with numbers. In another world, they could have helped a soulless corporation code some app. Scouted from a top-level university, contributing their mathematical talent to help some annoying executive increase his margins. What if it didn't need to be this way? Protecting against chemical weapons, not building them. Guarding life instead of ending it. My friend no longer programs a self-help app. They now spend their time working on AI safety. 80,000 hours helped them transition into a job that was meaningful. They were given advice, support, a network, and help with choosing a career that does good. As the time ticks, stop before it's too late. Take a pause, breathe, and think, is this my place? Moving a branding asset 2 pixels to the left for a company's newsletter that no one reads. Or help children with malaria. Fiddling around in spreadsheets every day to boost yogurt sales, or reduce the suffering of animals just as capable of pain. Programming a trust fund baby's crypto app, or aligning AI. Changing slides on a presentation because a client just wants to see it differently one more time, or clean the air we breathe. The clock is ticking, but the choice is yours. Do you decide to click on 80,000hours.org? Wednesday, November 9th, 1983. The CEO of Heineken walks in the entrance of his Amsterdam office. It's almost 7 p.m. and his driver, Abdoder, is waiting outside. 2 women step out before him. Heineken is the last to leave. He shuts the door and looks around for his armored Cadillac, but it's not there. Doderer is parked further away than usual. As he steps onto the sidewalk, he gets grabbed by the back of his suit jacket. 1 woman screams, pulling on the assailant's sleeve. 2 other men approach, and one sprays the woman in the face with tear gas. The other waves a handgun around. Heineken drops to the ground. The two men try to drag him away, but he struggles. He yells for his driver Ab, who is already coming to his aid. But before his driver can reach him, a fourth man intercepts Dodover, and they begin to struggle. Heineke is forced into the back of an orange van. Ab is thrown in after him. Both men lie on the cold hard floor of the vehicle. Their hands and feet are shackled. Their heads are covered with taped over motorcycle helmets. Darkness swallows them. 90 minutes later, a package arrives at a small police station in The Hague. In it is a letter that demands millions for the safe return of the CEO of Heineken and his chauffeur. One of the most extensively planned kidnappings in European history has begun. A kidnapping planned for more than 2 years and the largest ransom ever demanded in Europe. This is the story of the kidnapping of Freddie Heineken. This video was sponsored by Udo, and it was only made possible by the research done by the late Peter R. de Vries, where he interviewed the perpetrators directly, as well as the panorama Misdaad Dossier. Direct quotes from these books will be denoted on screen. Also, a special thanks to Tyler and Garian. It's New Year's Day, 1981, 2 years before the kidnapping. A man is driving to meet his best friends at their hideout. It's almost midnight, and he's running late. He pulls into the street and parks outside. The apartment is on the second floor of the 99 Van Halstraat. They named the hideout after the flower shop below it. Paradise. He sees two familiar cars, a red Saab Turbo and a bronze Mercedes. Two of his friends are already here. He enters the building and climbs the stairs, walking through an already open door. They're lounging on leather armchairs. There's champagne on ice, and the New Year's countdown is playing quietly on the TV. Soon, the clock strikes midnight, and he clears his throat. Look, over the last few years, the four of us have done some good business, and sometimes earned decent money. We drive smart cars, carry thick wallets, go on nice vacations, and can always buy a round in the bar. On the surface, nothing is wrong. But I feel we have been picking up scraps. The banks are being difficult, and the tax man is annoying. The market is collapsing, and interest rates are high. Even the construction business has gone bankrupt. In short, I'm asking myself, what are we doing? Our cars will be gone, our horses will be off the course, and our boats out of the water. Everything gone. Is that what we want? Can we allow that? Well, I'll tell you straight out, I would rather die. I believe that the time has come for us to take an important decision. A shot at all or nothing, to hatch a plan that will solve all of our problems in one go, permanently. And I mean permanently. This group eventually became a team of 5. The man speaking is Cor van Hout. His friends call him Flip or Flipper for his childhood obsession with pinball. He is a notorious horse gambler and owns real estate across Amsterdam. He is the mastermind behind Operation Heineke and is 26 years old. Sitting on the couch is his right-hand man, Willem Holleder. He's muscular. His nickname is the Nose, for no apparent reason. He's 25 years old. Next to Willem, Frans Meyer nods in agreement. He's one of Cor's oldest friends. His nickname, the Professor. Nothing gets past him. He's 30. The fourth member that will eventually join is Jan Boulaert. Although he was missing that night, he's a crucial part of the gang. His nickname is the Cat, because he always tilts his head while he listens. He is the oldest of the group at age 31, and is extremely handy with tools. The last member that will join is Cor's younger half-brother Martin, who everyone refers to as Breaks. He is the youngest and also the most clueless of the group, but he's skilled at stealing cars. The orange Renault van drives off. Jan Boulaert is behind the wheel. In the passenger seat is Frans Meyer. Cor and Willem are in the back, standing over the victims. On the Weteringskrans, the Nose looks in the rearview mirror and notices an off-white Mercedes taxi following them, but they're unfazed. They had planned their escape route meticulously. They would ride past Frederiksplein, the Servatiestraat, and the Amstelbrug, eventually turning right onto the Weesperzijde, which would bring them onto the A10 highway, where they take the exit onto the Basisweg towards their holding location. But to get to Frederiksplein, they had to cross a major obstacle. This is the Weteringsgrens intersection. If they were forced to come to a stop here, they'd be sitting ducks. So in preparation, Brakes had learned how to hack traffic light boxes. He would look out for the orange van, and in case they encountered a red light, would quickly change it to a flashing orange, giving them right of way. A great idea, but this night was different. On the way to kidnapping Heineke, they spotted 15 uniformed police officers doing routine traffic stops at the intersection. They were forced to take a gamble. They couldn't risk Martin fiddling around at the traffic light box and getting spotted. They told him to go home earlier. Now, the Weteringsgrens intersection was the most risky part of the entire drive, and they didn't even know that the taxi driver behind them had notified his superiors, who had forwarded that information immediately to the police. It was the worst possible time to have to stop in front of a group of police officers. But when they arrive at the intersection, the police are gone. Willem tells Boulard to run the red light. Whoa! Not so fast there, buddy. All I want to do is take a bit of your time to talk about Udo. Does that sound good? Ammunition and smash. The bridge is a bike tunnel. Earlier, they had removed a bollard, allowing them to drive through the first entrance of the tunnel. The plan is to block it with the van, but the taxi is still behind them, so they don't stop in the middle, but drive forward. The men exit the vehicle quickly. In haste, Cord drops a duffel bag filled with Uzis and ammunition, and smashes a pair of glasses on his way out. Bull later walks towards the taxi driver with gun in hand, who gets the message, quickly backs up, and drives off. Heineke is transferred into a white Citroën GS, parked conveniently on the other side of the tunnel. Van Hout takes Doderer and puts him in the back of a second car, a Renault 20. Willem hops in. They drive to the A10 Beltway, passing the Rai, and take the turn off Havensvest towards the industry terrain, the Heining. The men pull into the open doors of a steel Romney shed and close them. The entire abduction took no more than 35 minutes. The captives' clothes are burned except for IDs and Heineken's watch. They head back to their favorite bars in Amsterdam to build an alibi. It's 90 minutes after the kidnapping. At a small police station in The Hague, an anonymous package is dropped off. It contains a Dutch letter written on German paper along with the passport and ID of Ab Doderer and the watch of Freddy Heineken. They demand a ransom. All publicity must be stopped and searching is prohibited. They request thousands of banknotes in various currencies and denominations in order to make tracing more difficult and spending easier. The banknotes must have been circulated several times and randomly numbered. The banknotes are to be secured with 2 elastic bands and packs of 100 and placed into 5 Dutch mailbags. They end the letter with further instructions for the handoff. Once the police have complied with all demands, they must signal the kidnappers by placing a message in a newspaper. The meadow is green for the hare. For future negotiations, the police will be referred to as the hare, the kidnappers the eagle. A 72-hour countdown begins. While the police had no time to prepare, the kidnappers had years. The police are flailing. They need more time and take a bold risk, one that could cost the victims their lives. Freddy Heineken snaps awake as the door to his padded cell opens. He's lying under a blanket on a bare mattress. Wearing a set of cotton pajamas. In the corner, there's a chemical toilet without any chemicals, a safety precaution. Music is playing from a tape deck, endlessly looping the same album and masking any outside noise. The cells are located in the back of a 38 by 9 meter Romney shed. The shed is located on an industrial estate outside of Amsterdam and is owned by the kidnappers. Normally, it's used as a workshop and filled with tools, but the shed now also contains a camper van used as a base by the kidnappers. Within the shed, Freddy Heineken and the chauffeur are nowhere to be found. Virtually impossible to see is the hidden double door on the back wall. It leads to a short hallway with a 3.2 by 7.8 meter cell on either side. Built exclusively out of construction materials bought from Germany, The cell's floor and ceiling consist of 2 steel reinforced concrete slabs. All walls are built using B3 concrete blocks, weighing 10 kilograms apiece. Surrounding the primary wall is a secondary wooden wall, leaving a 60-centimeter air gap filled with sawdust. To finish it off, more layers of insulation are added onto the inside of the cells and outside the secondary wall. Hope for escape is virtually zero. A kidnapping consists of 3 phases: the abduction, the negotiations, and the ransom collection. The 2-year operation was funded by the kidnappers with a budget of roughly 100,000 gulden. They spent hours studying famous foreign kidnappings. Each case was thoroughly discussed, playing out scenarios and the problems that they might face. Their victim had to be rich and able to pay fast. This narrowed their options. The royal family and famous politicians were thrown around, but discarded. The royal family was sacred. Like any politician, it attracted too much heat. They didn't want the kidnapping to become a political statement. There was Visse Dekker, the CEO of Philips, a wealthy prospect but located in Eindhoven, too far from their home turf in Amsterdam. Anton Dreesman, director of Rome in Dreesman, was another, a solid choice in terms of wealth but not in risk. He had health troubles that would be too unreliable during a long kidnapping. They didn't want to become murderers. Albert Heijn was also a serious choice, the CEO of the largest supermarket chain in the Netherlands. He was rich, young, and had little security, but negotiating with a supermarket just had weird vibes. Albert Heijn was crossed off. The CEO of DAF Trucks was also considered for a moment, but the kidnappers weren't morons. A Dutch car company. They wanted to be rich. Finally, there was Freddy Heineke, an incredibly wealthy Amsterdammer. Unlike the others, he also gave them a motive. Holleder's father gave his working life to the Heineken company, only to be fired and take out his drunken anger on the family. The choice was clear, but now the real work began. At the scene of the abduction, the police find broken glasses and a bag filled with Uzis. They also find a stolen van, which they're able to trace to a dealership. They learn that there was another stolen car, an Opel Kadett. The police are on the hunt. They now know that the organized gangsters left in haste, and there was another car waiting to be found. But this was all part of Cor van Hout's plan. The bag of Uzis wasn't found, it was planted. Cor van Hout left it so that the police thought they were dealing with a heavily armed gang from Germany, not some Dutch dudes in a shed. The glasses weren't smashed by accident, but placed strategically. Cor knew they would be studied and waste the investigators' time. He knew that the stolen van would be traced back to a dealership, where they would learn about the second stolen car, the Opel Kadett. That Opel was abandoned in a parking lot in Breda, close to the Belgian border. Once found, the police would suspect that they had left the country. Practically all their equipment, from the paper they used to the typewriters to their disguises, were all bought across the border. Any evidence that Heineken tried to take with him after the handoff would lead the wrong way. They had him, and the police were following the wrong trails. The first phase of the plan, the abduction, was complete. The second began. For the negotiations, they had to communicate with the police without revealing anything. So they recorded tapes of Ab reading out their demands, which they played at random telephone booths. This prevented any negotiations from the police, forcing them to respond through newspaper ads. They created a one-way channel for communication. The police could only accept or reject, but never barter. They knew how to kidnap, and they knew how to negotiate, but they had one more heavy problem to solve. Money. The larger the sum, the harder it is to move. The men calculated exactly how much 200 banknotes would weigh. They then replicated the stacks of money with equally sized blocks of wood. One mailbag filled to the brim weighed a staggering 100 kilograms, the equivalent of throwing around the weight of a limp adult male. They established that 5 bags was the limit of what they could carry. They counted up all the blocks. They were only 350,000 short of 35 million guilders, exactly what they were hoping for. They knew how much money they could move, But now they had to solve how to move the money without getting caught. This is the handoff problem. The kidnappers want to minimize interaction with the police while receiving the ransom as fast as possible. But moving half a ton of cash is easier said than done. Von Meyer suggested the first plan. The police should drop the ransom into a small boat. The boat is connected to a rope. It is then pulled across the water to the other side, where the men are hiding. No bridges are close to the location. They simply drive away. Corvinhout suggests that they copy the vacuum delivery system of a local department store. Dressed as roadside construction workers, the men bury half a kilometer of plastic tubing, hook it up to a vacuum machine, and suck the money through. They never face the cops directly. The third plan is to steal a houseboat. A secret tunnel is used to board the craft undetected. Once on the houseboat, they pack the money in lead casks, slowly take off, and drop them through a hole in the hull. They deposit the cash at the bottom of the river, where they could later retrieve it in diving suits. They were all good options, but they weren't perfect. Corvinhout needed something better. A plan that would make the police squirm. It's Tuesday, the 15th of November, 1983, 6 days after the kidnapping. The police are called and hear the voice of the chauffeur, Abdoditor.
This is an instruction for the hare from the Eagle. The hare will depart in the white VW transporter van within the next 10 minutes. Instruction, drive to the Hilton Hotel at Schiphol Airport. At the entrance to the hotel, you will find new instructions buried in a plastic container at the foot of the first lamppost on the right. Follow these instructions exactly. If the VW van is followed by anyone at all, it will be the end of them.
It's the middle of the night, and Von Hout, Holleder, Woolard, and Meyer sit in a dark apartment, overseeing the Koentunnel Road. By tomorrow night, the men will be rich beyond belief. They're watching with binoculars, waiting for a police officer to drive past in a VW transporter. They'd instructed the police to mark the van with 2 large red crosses, making it easier to spot. But as the kidnappers watch, hours begin to pass. The van still hasn't driven by. They made it clear in their letter that if the police didn't act, Doderer and Heineke could buy back their lifeless bodies. The only explanation is that they missed the van. But that's not a problem. Brakes is still at Schiphol, waiting to call them when the police arrive. The 4 men move to the next position for the ransom handoff. A Hanomag van parked in the outskirts of Utrecht. But as 5 a.m. passes, they still haven't received a call. When 8:30 rolls around, the men lose hope. The police aren't going to show. In a desperate play for more time, the police gambled with the lives of Doderer and Heineke. Corvinhout is furious. The police gained time that they didn't have before. Parts of the plan for the ransom handoff have been exposed. But if the police choose to play them for fools, they deserve the same. Corvinhout tells the police that they did irreparable damage to one of Heineke's and Doderer's fingers. And for 10 days, the police hear nothing. Ample time to worry about the mistake they made. But on the 10th day,
This is the Eagle. These are instructions for the hare. Go to Utrecht Central Station, luggage locker 2150. Repeat, Utrecht Central Station, luggage locker 2150. Collect this assignment promptly and take it to Die Ark in Noordwijk.
It's Sunday, November 27th, 2:30 a.m. The police collected the assignment from the luggage locker and are sitting in the house of Heineke with an employee of the company anxiously awaiting the next call. Corvinhout has changed things. They are no longer the eagle, but the owl. The police are no longer the hare, but the mouse.
This is the owl. This is a telephone instruction for the driver, the mouse. Make notes. The driver, the mouse, will leave within 10 minutes in the orange Renault van with the 5 bags of ransom money. Instruction. The mouse drives to the Euromotel on the A4 just past Schiphol in the direction of Amsterdam. Near the entrance to the Euromotel, further instructions are buried under the right-hand lamppost. Follow these instructions precisely. Is this understood, and will this be carried out? Answer immediately with yes or no.
Yes, the instructions are understood. We are ready to leave.
If anybody follows the orange van, all deals will be cancelled forever.
A police officer follows the first set of instructions. At the Euro Motel, he finds a note along with photos of Heineke and Doderer holding recently issued newspapers.
Drive to the southern province of Brabant, to the Texaco gas station called Zevenbergsche Hoek, alongside the A16 motorway between Breda and Dordrecht.
Upon arrival, the mouse is told to order a cup of coffee and wait for the call from the kidnappers.
Follow the road to Breda. A plastic container is buried under a milestone along the way.
Retrieving the letter, the mouse reads,
Drive toward Antwerp in Belgium and take the Rijsbergen turnoff in order to reach Utrecht via Tilburg using the A27. After taking the De Meern turnoff, drive towards Bizet Avenue in the Utrecht neighborhood Velgelegen. Further instructions are buried close to a numbered lamppost in the area of De Hommel restaurant.
Digging up the plastic container, the mouse finds another note and a set of car keys.
Transfer the ransom from your car into the Ford. Then take the Oudenrijn intersection and head towards the Marsbergen Motel in Arnhem to await further instructions. On the front seat next to you is a walkie-talkie under a piece of cloth. It is turned on. Remove the cloth, but do not touch the walkie-talkie. It is strictly prohibited for you to touch the walkie-talkie. Any instructions given to the mouse, the driver by the owl, have absolute priority and must be carried out immediately. The owl.
The green Ford Taunus was easy enough to spot. A woman's bicycle was strapped to the roof. Although the officer couldn't see it, it also had a single French headlight, which emitted a distinct yellow glow compared to the usual white. It was now almost 7 a.m., and the driver had been on the road for hours with no end in sight. He drives over the Marsbergen overpass.
This is the owl with instructions for the mouse. This message has priority. This message has absolute priority. This is the owl with instructions for the mouse. Reduce speed to 60 kilometers per hour and follow the crash barrier. Stop at the red road cones. Put the bags containing the money into the hole that you will find there. Afterwards, follow your instructions. This message has absolute priority. This message has absolute priority.
The officer slows down, spots the cones, and comes to a dead stop. In front of him is a hole. Cor van Hout's plan was an elaborate scavenger hunt. He would lead the police down various twists and turns for hours, constantly keeping him moving, only to jump on the mouse at the last moment. The police officer did not stop at a river, a set of vacuum tubes, or a houseboat. He stops at an overpass that was found after driving more than 1,000 kilometers across the Netherlands. An overpass that met a few very specific conditions. Willem Holleder, spotter 1, standing on the edge of a field around 800 meters from the overpass. He is equipped with binoculars and a walkie-talkie. This vantage point means he can easily see the approaching car, but he is also visible to helicopters. Since he's located near an army base, the men decide to disguise him in an army uniform, both for camouflage from above and as a convenient excuse in case he runs into a farmer or hiker. Jan Boulaert, driver. Boulaert is behind the wheel of the getaway van. As the mouse approaches, he slowly drives the Hanemag under the overpass to ensure that it cannot be spotted from above. Frans Meyer, spotter 2. Frans gets out of the Hanemag and crouches in some nearby bushes. He watches the overpass, ensuring that the police officer is not followed, and letting the rest know over the walkie-talkie once he has left. Cor van Hout. Van Hout is sitting in the back of the van, ready to grab the cash. He hears the mailbag slide down the storm drain into the underpass. As Cor exits the vehicle, he hears the faint sounds of helicopters overhead. Within 30 seconds, all 5 are in the van. Frans quickly checks that the mouse has left. They had chosen a stretch of highway without a roundabout close by, ensuring he could not turn around and come back. The 2 men get back in the van and Jan drives off. It's a tense drive. There's no sign they are being followed, and within 10 minutes they reach their final destination, a forest clearing near Zeist. The transfer happens in one smooth motion. Boulaert takes his foot off the gas, shifts down, and uses his handbrake to prevent the brake lights from turning on. If anyone was watching, they wouldn't know that the car had briefly stopped. Just slow enough to hop out, Meyer and von Hout pull out the cash as he drives off with the van. They quickly pull the 5 mailbags over to where they buried several large plastic drums. Removing the top layer of dirt, they take out 2 sleeping bags and spread them over the forest floor. Sliced open with a penknife, 2 of the bag's contents are emptied and scanned with a frequency detector, stashed in the drums beforehand. They scan for any tracking devices hidden in the cache. The men worked furiously as the sound of helicopters seemed to come closer and closer. As the bags are dropped into the drums, each man removes his disguise. Wigs, gloves, and bulletproof vests join the weapons, coats, and other equipment already in the drums. Cor kneels down and pushes dirt over the lids. Franz places leaves and branches on top. The drums are nearly impossible to spot. Under their jackets, they are already wearing a race biking outfit. Recovering 2 silver race bikes from a nearby bush, the men hop on and get on the road. After 2 years of planning and 2 long weeks of holding Heineke and Doderer, it was over. Cor van Hout, Willem Holleder, Frans Meyer, Jan Boulaert, and Martin Erkamps had executed the most elaborate kidnapping scheme in European history. Adjusted for inflation, they collected a staggering 74.6 million euros. Until now, everything seemed and was orchestrated perfectly. But they missed something. On the 16th of November, the Heineke Corporation received a letter the police later called Item 547. It mentioned 3 names in connection with the wood workshop at the Heining: Cor van Hout, Jan Boulaert, and Frans Meyer. The tipster also mentioned their business dealings. This tip was never released to the public, but it led to the eventual capture of all suspects. It's speculated that during the kidnapping, the police had no substantial leads. It was the golden tip that actually brought the group into light. Whether the police would have eventually found them without it is a different matter. But what is true is that the tip took away time from the gang that they would have had otherwise. The anonymous tip came one day after the first ransom rally should have taken place. The police's gamble paid off. If the ransom drop-off had gone according to the plan of Cor van Hout, they had 24 hours before the police even got the tip, giving them a much better chance for escape. 2 days after they hid the cache, Cor van Hout starts to notice that he's being followed by undercover police. Realizing that they've been found out, the men go back to retrieve 15 of the 35 million guilders, splitting it between the 5 of them. They then parted ways, promising each other that they would meet up again, as they always did, on New Year's Day in 1983 to retrieve the rest of the money. Jan Boulaert and Martin Erkamps were arrested first. Intercepted by police on their way to free Heineken and Doderer, they still had their split of cash on them, which was confiscated. Jan Boulaert was sentenced to 12 years in 1984. Due to his more limited involvement, Martin Erkamps was sentenced to 8 years. On Monday, December 5th, 1983, the rest of the ransom money, along with all other heist equipment, was found. According to police, a hiker had allegedly stumbled across several packs of $200 $100 bills. Frans Meyer turned himself in on December 28, 1983, after allegedly burning 3 million guilders in a manic frenzy, which funnily enough is only half of what he, according to Cor van Hout, had with him. Due to his psychological state during the first span of his incarceration, Frans was eventually put in the Pieterbaan Center for Psychological Evaluation. He managed to escape from the center and fled to Paraguay, where he started a family and ran a restaurant for many years. He was eventually tracked down in 1995 by Dutch crime journalist Peter R. de Vries. In 2002, he was extradited to the Netherlands by Dutch crime journalist Peter R. de Vries. In 2002, he was extradited to the Netherlands, where he served until his release in 2005. Willem Holleder and Cor van Hout managed to evade the police until the 29th of February, 1984. They had fled to Paris together, but they were eventually traced back to their friend's apartment through phone calls they had made to loved ones in the Netherlands. Cor van Hout was assassinated on the 24th of January 2003 in Amstelveen. The perpetrator was convicted in January 2019. His former best friend, Willem Holleder, the Nose.
I've seen so many tweets talking about how like we're the flat earthers of the investing world and like all that, but you're crazy until you're not. And that's true of like pretty much everything in life.
This is Egg Loser Boy,
someone I've befriended over the last few months. He's been telling me about a company he's invested his money into, a company that goes by the name of Bed Bath and Beyond.
I'm going to make a good amount of money off of this, whether it's like 3 million or less or 20 million or more. I don't know.
There's just one problem. The company doesn't exist anymore. In the first part of this series, I discovered a community that had been dedicated to buying shares in a company most people thought was dying, GameStop. They had a particular infatuation with one individual.
Ryan Cohen is taking over as GameStop CEO.
Mean King Ryan Cohen.
Ryan Cohen, if you hear me, you're fucking amazing.
I thought that was the end of my investigation. I was ready to walk away. But then, I discovered another community dedicated to investing into a collapsing home goods store known as Bed Bath and Beyond. Except this time, I was warned.
The Bed Bath and Beyond community are the most insane.
These people need help, and you cannot help them.
I was only scratching the surface of just how far this can go.
I invested my life savings in this because I got excited.
Just buy Bed Bath & Beyond. They're going to perceive you as an enemy.
They put up my home address. He said, I'm home alone, come visit me.
Ryan Cohen, as far as I'm concerned, rug pulled everybody.
He published these children's books. In my opinion, they're not written for children.
He made money, and everyone who followed him lost their ass.
Chief Financial Officer died by suicide.
Show me a proof that he died.
We're getting to a point where there could be suicides associated with this.
I would like to give a toast to the most fucking greatest community ever.
Your personal information can most likely be accessed online this very second with a simple Google search. In fact, there's an entire industry of data brokers who get this data from a variety of sources, and then they sell your personal information online. But thankfully, since last year, I've been using a tool to help remove my data online called Delete Me, who have also kindly sponsored this episode. Delete Me literally had been closely watching his actions. Whatever he did, he would have an army of people supporting his moves. So here's a question. What happens when someone like Ryan Cohen buys into a new company?
I just had a feeling Bed Bath & Beyond was gonna pop. So I thought that Ryan Cohen was involved. I thought he was gonna, take this somewhere.
Brandon was just one example of someone who trusted Ryan Cohen. To him and many others, they saw Cohen's actions as part of a grander, overarching plan. That was before it all went wrong. On March the 6th, 2022, whilst he's still a chairman for the board of GameStop, Ryan Cohen announces in a letter that he has purchased a 9.8% stake in a new company, Bed Bath and Beyond, a struggling, heavily shorted home goods retailer with falling revenues. Bed Bath & Beyond's shares were represented through its ticker symbol, BBBY. So whenever you hear BBBY, think Bed Bath & Beyond. In his letter, he offered several strategies for the company to try and turn itself around. He had done this exact same thing with GameStop 2 years prior. He was attempting to swoop in and save a dying company. As you can imagine, to those who are watching his actions closely, it caused quite a stir.
Ryan Cohen had invested more into Bed Bath & Beyond than he had invested initially into GameStop.
Hodgins invested much of his savings into GameStop. After learning about Cohen's investment in Bed Bath, he also decided to follow suit.
I found that quite compelling because I thought, hey, here's a guy who has all the access to the information. He believes there's an opportunity with Bed Bath & Beyond.
My story with Bed Bath & Beyond started with when Ryan Cohen bought a little bit of it.
It's Ryan Cohen. I believe in Ryan Cohen. I believe that he has been raised by his father the right way.
And I thought, wow, this could be the next GameStop.
Bed Bath & Beyond surging today after Ryan Cohen revealed a big stake in the company.
It wasn't just GameStop investors who jumped into this new investment, however.
My name is Afif Akrabawi, and my friends and those in the Reddit communities, they know me by my initials, AJ. I work at MIT. I have a PhD in neuroscience, and I'm extremely bullish on Bed Bath & Beyond.
AJ told me that he had invested his life savings into Bed Bath & Beyond.
I never invested in GME. I felt that the ship had sailed without me. But some time had passed, and I happened to hear about Ryan Cohen and make his investment into Bed Bath & Beyond.
This was like a tailor-made opportunity for Ryan Cohen, a heavily shorted brick-and-mortar company struggling to adapt in the digital age straight from the GameStop playbook. The excitement and the influx of new retail investors pushed up the stock price of Bed Bath & Beyond. A whole new cohort of Bed Bath & Beyond investors were emerging. Soon, they began to congregate on a subreddit named after the stock's ticker symbol, r/BBBY.
And that's when I started getting sort of deep into the play, probably focusing more on Bed Bath & Beyond than I ever did on GameStop and Superstock.
I think it flew to begin with when he first bought in.
We're not seeing things here, folks. Bed Bath & Beyond shares up 90%.
But this wasn't GameStop.
And then it started dropping.
Bed Bath & Beyond was struggling in more serious ways than GameStop was. I mean, we're talking serious losses, racking up debt, closing down stores. Whilst Cohen had suggestions, his experience didn't seem as much of a fit here. Soon, the stock price began to plummet.
Sales for Bed Bath & Beyond are currently running at down 20%.
This is starting to look real scary.
But amid all the panicked news and slowing stock, Cohen seemed unfazed. On August 12th of that year, CNBC reported the stock was predicted to hit $1 per share. Cohen replied to that article on Twitter saying, "At least her car is full," followed by an emoji of a smiling moon face.
That signaled to a lot of shareholders that, he has our, best interests in mind.
And then something interesting happened. August the 15th, 2022. Cohen has a filing released that shows that he still retains his stake in the company. To Bed Bath investors, that filing showed that even after Bed Bath had been revealed to be struggling, Ryan Cohen, the man who all these investors followed, continued to believe in the company. I mean, not long after that filing was released, the share price started to soar.
Kind of made it look like he was still really involved or going to be buying more. And that's what really made the stock fly that particular week. So yeah, I guess I did believe it was going to mow ass, so to speak.
Over the last 3 days, it's up 135%.
From starting the month at $5, by mid-August of 2022, the Bed Bath shares sailed past the $20 mark. Then the $25 mark.
I thought that it was gonna go up more.
It was up 400% from where it was at the start of the month. And then what happens when something challenges your beliefs about the world?
Ryan Cohen of RC Ventures now has a stake of 0% in Bed Bath & Beyond, indicating that he did in fact sell. You can see shares down about 20%.
Do you adapt?
I mean, I saw what Ryan Cohen did, and I just think that he pump and dump Bed Bath & Beyond at this point.
Or does the world?
And then there was like, all hell broke loose.
2 days after the release of Cohen's filings, he sold his entire position in the company, right as the share price was at its peak.
The biggest loser right now, Bed Bath & Beyond, down 41%.
He made around $60 million, almost doubling what he put in. The news was devastating. It sent the share price into freefall.
A lot of people, they started talking about how they put in their life savings near the top and watched it all evaporate, and they're still holding their shares and they're panicking.
It sort of ashames me to say, but I took out loans to invest on it, which I think a lot of members of the community stupidly did, thinking that, Ryan Cohen is going to, blow this stuff up.
In the weeks following Cohen's sale, more news came out about the company. They had been struggling to pay suppliers, defaulting on their debts. So some started to theorize that Cohen knew the company was failing and used his filing and his tweets to deliberately pump a worthless stock and dump it for a profit.
I think that he knows what he's doing. I think he uses people. I think that what he did with Bed Bath & Beyond was an absolute pump and dump.
In the wake of Cohen's sale, some shareholders decided to file a lawsuit against him, alleging that he had deliberately misled shareholders in order to pump up the stock and dump it on them. Remember this tweet?
He also happened to include a smiley face emoji, a moon emoji actually, and that signaled to a lot of shareholders that, you know, he has our, you know, best interests in mind.
The GameStop community had a history of reading into Cohen's tweets for secret messages, and the Bed Bath community was no different.
And only occasionally does he communicate through cryptic tweets to what he considers his loyal followers.
I think that's his way of communicating, right? Without being, how do I say this, mishandled by the MSM.
The theory that he is communicating using tweets with emojis is, in my professional opinion, bonkers.
In order for the tweet to be considered part of a pump and dump, it needed to be seen as something that could mislead the reasonable investor. And yet, I couldn't help but wonder, maybe what the courts consider a reasonable investor isn't who's most impacted by this.
You know, he came up $70 million and all of us lost.
Maybe there are thousands of retail investors for whom a moon emoji is an important piece of information.
Ryan usually tweets things that we discover meaning for later on, right?
And then the question becomes, does Cohen know that? Ryan Cohen, a man who, for whatever reason, many in this community viewed as a heroic figure. Now some viewed him as their betrayer.
After a week, I was like, no, this has all been BS the entire time, and I sold it all.
What I found the most fascinating, though, were not those who chose to leave the community in the wake of Cohen's exit, but those who chose to stay.
What is, I guess, what's keeping people in? Because as far as I can see with Bed Bath, this is just a failing company.
Well, he's still in.
Is it to your understanding that Ryan Cohen is still somewhat involved in the company, or?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. To me, it's not even conspiracy.
We thought, okay, this is probably part of his strategy.
There was a lot of denial where people believed that he could still be involved.
I never wavered in my conviction. In fact, I bought more that day.
And that was when I started to realize this isn't the end. This was just beginning.
What was the Bed Bath & Beyond community's reaction to seeing Ryan Cohen sell?
I felt bad for the apes for a split second.
There were those people who initially were like, oh, we got screwed. He left us holding the bag. Of course, those people left almost immediately, which left those who wanted to continue with the narrative that they were going to get rich.
They didn't want to believe in it, and they still don't believe in it.
So they had to contend with that and come up with a narrative reason that he would have sold, but not sold.
This is Hannah Reloaded, a streamer who explores cult-like communities, conspiracy theories, and in her own words,
why people believe strange things that seem to not be true.
And this is Simple Vice.
My name is Simple Vice on Reddit, and I am a GME Meltdowner.
Both are members of the GME Meltdown community, a group initially created to mock the GameStop investor community, but which has, in the wake of recent events, also shifted its focus to Bed Bath & Beyond.
When the apes have a theory, it's usually debunked in the GME Meltdown, and it's being debunked by people that are way smarter than the people in other communities.
I think a lot of people thought that Cohen's sale would mark the end of the Bed Bath & Beyond community. The truth?
System initiated.
His brother Michael is also satisfied.
Welcome to Afrogenesis, Artificial Intelligence.
In the heart of Kikuyu, Kenya, two self-taught innovators have achieved a groundbreaking feat. These self-taught inventors from Kenya developed a biorobotic prosthetic arm using salvaged electronic components. Their device uses a headset receiver to capture brain signals, converting them into electrical currents that control the prosthetic limb.
Welcome to Afrogenesis, Artificial Intelligence Assistant Systems online. Systems booting in few minutes. Please wait until you see a color blue light, then say the word. Jeff is the password you are going to.
This was all done with no budget or funding, but present a cost-effective solution for amputees, especially in a region like Kenya, where traditional prosthetics
This artist posted a drawing of Hatsune Miku on TikTok, but unfortunately for them, the post went viral, receiving almost 12,000 comments, which were filled with a lot of people making fun of the drawing and calling the art style ugly because of how the face looked and how the artist drew the eyes and mouth in particular. So people decided to fix the drawing by stealing it and changing the features of the face in an attempt to make the drawing look better, but it ended up looking like this. Do you think this is better than the original? And what would you do if you ended up in this situation? This artist posted a drawing of Hatsune Miku on TikTok.
Wednesday, November 9th, 1983. This is the design of Amsterdam's new erotic center. Commissioned by the city government in 2020, it's a concept for a 5,000 square meter high-rise with hotel rooms, offices, bars, entertainment facilities, a store, and a restaurant. When it's finished, it will be one of Europe's largest and most advanced brothels. And as interesting as its design are the locations that it's being considered for. Locations on the outskirts of the city. So why did Amsterdam's government commission the design of this new building? Why at locations far from its historic red-lit center? And why are people so angry? Back in 2009, a Labour politician waited. The city was voting on a plan he had spearheaded, a plan called Project 1012. Named after the zip code of the city's most notorious red light district, it was designed to clean it up. Low-quality buildings, such as window brothels and coffee shops, had to go, but instead of making new regulations, the lawmaker was praised for a unique approach. His solution was spatial. Buy up buildings associated with crime and push crime away. The city government was convinced, and his plan would pass. Little did they all know, it would soon collapse. Over the course of more than a decade, it would lead to the closure of more than 100 individual window brothels, along with tens of individual coffee shops. However, when attempts were made to measure the impact of Project 1012, not much could be found. It had a marginal impact on crime, and today the center's image as an adult theme park with shady edges still remains strong. But if there's one thing his plan did do, was that it created a rift among hundreds of sex workers and the city government of Amsterdam, one that persists even as the newest mayor picks up the mantle again and tries to change the center even more. In 2020, the city government banned organized tours of the red light district. In May of 2023, bans on cannabis within the district entirely. There's also been mandated bar closures, bans on the sale and display of alcohol, and even ad campaigns targeted towards young to middle-aged British men. She and the executive body have even floated the idea of banning international tourists from buying marijuana in the city entirely. She's also brought up the idea of introducing entrance gates to the red light district. This would create the first physically regulated neighborhood in a major European city. Not even Venice does that. But her most controversial suggestions started soon after her nomination in 2019, when she brought attention towards changing the rooms in the red light district again. In Amsterdam, there are actually 3 separate red light districts. The most well-known is in the center, called De Walle, which has 249 rooms. But the other 2, and much less well-known, are the Singelgebied and the Ruistelkade, which have 63 and 40 rooms respectively. In 2019, Femke Halsema, the newest mayor of Amsterdam, presented 4 scenarios for the future of De Walle. 3 of those scenarios targeted each of these districts in order to reduce over-tourism. Her first scenario was to change window prostitution permanently. Amsterdam closes all the curtains in the Walle and Singel, while the rooms stay open. If a lot of the attraction to the red light district is simply to be able to walk around and look, take away what people look at, and you not only reduce potential tourists, but push the tourists that do come to other parts of the city. With increased digitization, sex workers can increasingly rely on getting clients via their phones rather than off the streets. The assumption is that this would just speed up an inevitable transformation from physical windows to digital ones. In her second scenario, Amsterdam would see the most radical change. All the rooms in De Walle and Singel are removed and shifted to other parts of the city. The number of rooms does not change like it did in Project 1012, but their locations do. However, because closing all the rooms in De Walle is highly unrealistic, the city government is going forward with Halsema's third and most realistic scenario. Instead of all, a chunk of the rooms in De Walle and Singel are moved. Although it's more realistic, the city government has not made it clear how large that chunk will actually be. But, different from Project 1012, Halsema has made the commitment that when rooms get removed, they have to come someplace new. At the start, the government considered 2 building types, a single-unit high-rise, and the second, a cluster of different multifunction buildings. They also commissioned research into building on a floating pavilion. The design is meant to anticipate for about 100 individual rooms for sex workers, and also other entertainment facilities. On the one hand, the city wants to model Pasha when it comes to size. Pasha is the world's largest brothel. However, it's not a particularly welcoming or friendly-looking building. So on the other hand, they also want to model the more modern, less sketchy design of Antwerp's largest brothel, Villa Tinto. But these brothels aside, there's a few things that make Amsterdam's new erotic center completely different. The mayor of Amsterdam knows that a brothel is controversial. This is why she hopes Amsterdam can make one with class and distinction. By mixing hotel rooms with painting courses, art exhibitions, and a debate center, the hope is that they can avoid designing an isolated sex palace. For an actual physical model, they commissioned Moog, a Dutch architecture studio, to come up with a design. The architects Gianni Cito and Jurgen ten Hoeve designed a concept that attempts to convert the linear streets of the red light district into a circular form. Inspired by Frank Lloyd Wright's Guggenheim, Cito won an architecture prize for making a design that repurposed 2 sugar silos into a cultural center with internal circular walkways. Jurgen ten Hoeve, the other architect, was nominated for the same prize in 2018 for his design of a collection of buildings modeled after a monastery. It was a network of buildings superimposed in Rotterdam that attempts to give an option for pedestrians to leave the busyness of the city. Together, both architects produce an interesting combination. You get a building that kind of looks like a parking garage with a continuous walkway that allows you to walk in the building as you would in the Walle. but circularly as opposed to linearly. Also, instead of a floor of the same individual homogeneous hotel rooms, it also attempts to recreate the network of the buildings on the street on each individual floor as well. To choose a location for the building, the city government considered 8 regions, and as of today, they've narrowed it down to 2 main locations, NDSM in Noord and around the Rij in Zuid. In Noord, Amsterdam would have to deviate somewhat from the original Mook design and construct a floating brothel. It's likely that it would be a ponton of around 100 by 20 meters, with 2,000 square meters of space for 5 total floors. 1 basement, 1 roof terrace, and with the remainder holding the rooms and other facilities. The government also considered repurposing a cruise ship, since it would already be readily equipped with rooms, bars, theaters, and attractions like casinos. However, a cruise ship has a large number of constraints, making it an unlikely option. NDSM as a preferred location comes from the fact that it's a diverse, culturally rich neighborhood. It has plenty of room for additional buildings, such as for any needed security or additional parking, but it also hosts one of the largest flea markets in Europe, has multiple popular restaurants and cultural attractions, and it also has a high density of mixed residential use areas. Nonetheless, NDSM has a weakness. Its most immediate connection is via ferry. Not only is that slower than other forms of public transport, but a ferry can only withstand so many more people. Amsterdam has considered building bridges to North, but it's unclear how long that would take or if they'll ever be built at all. So NDSM's main fault is its reachability, but NDSM's biggest benefit is that it's considerably hipper than the other section of the city that's under consideration. Zuid is the poshest and most entitled area of Amsterdam and offers 2 plots, the Groene Zoom, a 2,000 square meter triangular piece of land, and then a second, likely the preferred option, a 21,500 square meter plot of land owned by the city government directly. Unlike the singular ferry connection in Noord, Zuid has access to 2 metro connections. One that goes from north to south, giving potential clients from the center immediate access, and it also has a metro going from east to west, granting direct access to Amsterdam's business district. What it loses in being a hip and chill place to be, it gains in accessibility. It also has ample parking space. However, what both Noord and Zuid still have in common is that there are NIMBYs. Homeowners have voiced concerns about noise, criminality, and impact on children in the area. Some sex workers have also voiced concerns about their own safety. According to the city government, the building will likely be a safer option than the status quo. Instead of sparse, separated buildings in an overcrowded neighborhood, a single building would have a centralized security system with a clear oversight over who enters and who leaves. The Erotic Center does what Project 1012 couldn't. It gets rid of rooms in the center, but without pushing sex workers into an unregulated underground. Also, unlike the Volle, which mixes tourists with potential clients, the new building is meant to attract primarily the clients. Some sex workers have complained that over-tourism has reduced their incomes because large crowds make actual potential clients too self-conscious to consume. According to the city government, a well-connected but more isolated building would reduce the attraction of the red light district for tourists, attract more clients than in the center, increasing sex workers' incomes, but it would also be quieter. Tourists are loud, but clients are the type of people who want to be private and have as little attention drawn to them as possible. However, this is also where some more difficult problems emerge. The Volle, with all of its issues, still has a unique advantage. It has a lot of eyes on the street. In the same way that it may make some clients too self-conscious to consume, it may do the same for more serious criminals. And this is where you get the NIMBYs. Homeowners would like a building that's as invisible as possible. This is why the mayor has also promised a closed, isolated building that brings very little attention. However, the more isolated and quiet the area, the more concerns about sex workers' safety. Also, the city already has problems with the number of police and security. Since the Volle isn't entirely removed, by building an erotic center, you end up producing a 4th red light district, which potentially spreads an already thin police force even thinner. So the mayor has had problems. She's faced considerable backlash at town halls, and she's had to postpone making decisions on the erotic center. However, since 2021, Halsema has had a majority in the government. People can postpone and argue all they want, But all three parties, GroenLinks, D66 and PvdA, have agreed, be it an isolated building, cruise ship floating pavilion, north or in south. Some rooms in the villa must be removed, and instead they must come somewhere new. However, a new erotic center may not even be Amsterdam's most controversial plan. The city government has also proposed replacing its historic famous public urinals with an advanced AI-powered urinal that comes out of the ground. The story is fascinating, and I've made an entirely different video on it that you can watch right now on Nebula, a creator-owned streaming service where I'm posting the genius design of Dutch public urinals early, as well as my future videos. Once you're there, you can also check out my video on Corbusier's plan for a gigantic highway skyscraper, and you can watch other exclusive videos made by channels like Neo, Mustard, City Beautiful, and countless others. Nebula is great, and I really cannot stress that enough. It not only gives me the freedom to spend excessive amounts of time in a basement making videos for strangers on the internet, but it also provides great videos that you can watch nowhere else, and also classes, so that you too can also learn how to make videos in your basement, like I do, on Dutch public urinals. If you sign up using the link below, you can support me directly and get both Nebula and Nebula classes for a 40% off annual plan, which is as little as $2.50 a month. This video is sponsored by AnyDesk. In Berlin, there is a building few enter, but many try. It is the hardest club to access on the planet. Hundreds of people are rejected in a night. No one, except those lucky enough to get in, knows what it looks like on the inside. That is, until now. I will show you what is inside the world's most notorious nightclub. I'll show you what's inside Berghain. Sophie is a 23-year-old German who grew up in Bavaria. She doesn't speak to her mother, but she does stay in contact with her Volkswagen-employed father. A year ago, she moved to Berlin to pursue a career as an artist. She works mostly at cafes, though. Her backpack is filled with multiple outfits. Some who get into Berghain stay for days. For Sophie, her bag is a tool, a signal to the strictest bouncers in the world that she's no amateur. It's cold in her fishnets. The line starts to move. In 1949, Berlin was separated by ideology between East and West. Their visions on urban planning divided too. The Second World War destroyed homes. New ones had to be built, and both sides wanted to flex.
I speak, of course, of West Berlin, a huge, vibrant city with its great main road, comparable in breadth and luxury of its stores to our Champs-Élysées.
In the West, the center became the Breitscheidplatz, the Kurfürstendamm, its most attractive boulevard.
Shops where you can find everything. Cafes, restaurants that are always full, and especially at night.
In the East, it became Alexanderplatz, and right next to it, the East German elites planned the construction of a grand new socialist boulevard, the Stalinallee.
Die Stalinallee ist der Grundstein des Aufbaus zum Sozialismus in der Hauptstadt Deutschlands, Berlin.
The first socialist street in East Germany. It would increase the amount of homes and try to advertise the strength of socialism through concrete and mortar. It also created Berghain.
Regel 1. Die Stadt als Siedlungsform ist nicht zufällig entstanden.
In the 1950s, the DDR adopts the 16 principles of urban design, a lesson on urban planning from a Russian parent to a German child.
Das Ziel des Städtebaus ist die harmonische Befriedigung des menschlichen Anspruchs auf Arbeit, Wohnung, Kultur und Erholung.
The Soviets said that organized housing blocks should be built first, so the East Germans did. They built 6 to 7 story tall buildings with restaurants, movie theaters, and other amenities. This was a time when the refrigerator was a symbol for luxury. The apartments in Stalinallee had space built for them.
Regel 7. Bei Städten, die an einem Fluss liegen, ist eine der Hauptadern und die architektonische Achse der Fluss mit seinen Uferstraßen.
The Soviets said to build parallel next to water. The Stalinallee was.
Die vielgeschossige Bauweise ist wirtschaftlicher als die ein- oder zweigeschossige. Sie entspricht auch dem Charakter der Großstadt.
The boulevard was built with public transportation, modern amenities, and with restaurants and worker buildings. But the Stahlenallee needed one more thing to complete it: a plant to power it. In 1953, the DDR constructs a heating plant. It's 1:30 in the morning. Sophie is closer. She's at a point in the line where her vibe of depressed art student will be vital in getting her in. If she even gives off the slightest hint that her father sends her more than €1,000 each month, her chances will be ruined. Right in front of her is a group of loud British men equipped with puffy North Face jackets and piles of makeup that happen to come with a British girl attached. Gut, Sophie thinks to herself. The Brits will be rejected in an instant. The bouncers will be more likely to accept a familiar German after. When the Berlin Wall fell, East Berlin became a shell. While the West filled, in the East, buildings emptied. The city was sliced in half by the wall, and after its stitches, the city remained
Nearly
a
3
cripple.
million East Germans have asked for visas.
Where almost every single European capital is an economic hub for their country, Berlin isn't. If France lost Paris, it'd be poorer. If Britain, London, the same. But if Germany, Berlin, it would be richer. It doesn't really have any major companies. It isn't the home base for a tech behemoth, and its pull for capital is weaker than Munich or Hamburg. But Berlin does have one other thing that the others don't. It has edge. The leftover buildings in the east became abandoned breeding grounds for techno.
Dem Berlin der 90er, wo man sich leere Räume genommen und die bespielt hat und sie irgendwann wieder verlassen. So eine Art Hausbesetzer-Ethos. Und das galt ja auch fürs Ostgut, das eine Fabrikhalle im Nirgendwo war.
Ostgut was regarded as Berlin's most important gay club. Run by Michael Teufel and Norbert Dormann, it was a place for a different type of music and offered protection for different types of behavior. But in 2003, it had to close. The city had set its sights on a brand new stadium. Ostgut's owners had to find a new, empty building. Sophie can see the bouncer. The Brits are the only thing standing between her and entering Berghain. In front of them is a man named Sven. Not someone you'd want to argue with. Tonight he'll have to fight the fragile male British ego.
Oi, alright mate, guten Tag, mein friend.
Heute nicht.
Jamesy, what does he mean?
Heute nicht.
Mate, are you taking the mickey?
Nein.
We've been waiting out here for fucking hours.
Does he mean we should come back at 9?
The British men were pulled away by two bouncers. Sophie became excited. Too excited. She composed herself and made herself think about the banality of existence, and then about how her thinking about that made her edgy and cool, producing the perfect combination of facial muscles that could get her into the club. It was her turn now. Sven was in front of her. Sven began working for Ostgut. The strict door policy he helps administer is not just a marketing tactic, it's necessary.
Ich habe die Verantwortung, das Berghain zu einem sicheren Ort für Menschen zu machen, die einfach kommen, um die Musik zu genießen und zu feiern.
To keep people away from the prying eyes of adults who were once kids that told on others in elementary school, Sven protects those who would be told on.
Der Club hat sich aus der Berliner Schwulenszene der 90er Jahre entwickelt. Es ist mir wichtig, etwas von diesem Erbe zu bewahren, dass es sich immer noch wie ein einladender Ort für die ursprünglichen Clubbesucher anfühlt.
To get through Sven and his team of bouncers, there are many unspoken rules people think you should follow. Be in a small group, wear black, look bored and somewhat indifferent, do not speak, and if spoken to, speak German. But these rules really aren't that black and white. Getting into Berghain comes down, fundamentally, to a vibe. Sophie's identity was crafted through years of not eating enough by a distant, emotionally unavailable workaholic parent and an arts education filled with regret. Tonight, her vibe is enough. Sven nods and lets her pass. When making these videos, there are lots of times where I wish I could leave my grandparents' basement, but I'm always locked in by my PC, which is where I render these 3D animations. AnyDesk, without exaggeration, is a literal life changer. It allows me to access my PC from anywhere, and it does it seamlessly. Lightning-fast connection speeds make it feel as though I'm right back in my room. Transferring files is easy, and that's crucial for large 3D animation work where every second of upload and download time counts. Its simple user interface means that even my grandma can use it. But what sets AnyDesk apart is its commitment to security. It's a European company, meaning data security and privacy are non-negotiable. I feel confident that my computer access is secure. It has a 99.98% uptime, works well in low bandwidth, and it is a game changer for remote video editing. It's changed how I work. Try out AnyDesk at anydesk.com/hoob. When we speak of Berghain, we are mainly speaking about this section. There's also the Halle, which is a much larger chamber that's on the backside of the building. But this area is more publicly accessible and does not have a cult following surrounding it. When we speak of Berghain, we're actually talking about 4 floors, each with separate clubs located here. The most recently opened club is called Säule, located on the ground floor. The Berghain dance floor is on the main floor, and then there's the Panorama Bar, located on the top floor. Berghain is where they play techno music, which is open from Saturday evening until Monday. The Panorama Bar, on the other hand, is for lighter house music. The last and 5th place is the male-exclusive Laboratory. It has a separate, more mysterious entrance at the side of the building, which goes to the basement of Berghain. In the main building, there are also dark rooms for play, but the lab is the more exclusive and restricted location.
Einerseits braucht es Nischen- und Rückzugsräume. Menschen sind Höhlenbewohner und mögen enge Räume. Andererseits braucht es freie Bewegungsflächen, die ein reibungsloses Cruisen ermöglichen und Räume, in denen sich Gäste präsentieren können.
Sometimes Berghain and the lab are connected via Säule, and only men are admitted to the entire building. But the majority of times, it's separate.
Die Betreiber wollten einen Verein, mit dem sie keinen Stress haben. Weder mit der Baubehörde, noch mit dem Brandschutz, noch mit der Polizei.
The interior was designed by Studio Carhartt, who had to navigate a fine line between maximizing freedom while minimizing chaos.
Ein Club ist wie ein Kindergarten. Man muss mit dem Unerwarteten rechnen. In den Gitterrosten, die wir im Berghain verbaut haben, sind die Löcher entweder so klein, dass man seinen Finger nicht hineinstecken kann, oder so groß, dass er nicht stecken bleibt. Für die Böden glatt geschliffener Asphalt. Der lässt sich fugenlos einbauen und ist kaugummiresistent.
Berghain has an ice cream bar, multiple normal ones, dark rooms, and large unisex bathrooms. There's also sometimes an opening to a garden on the outside.
Im Berghain haben wir die Geländer an den Treppen, die es bereits gab, etliche Zentimeter erhöht und die Handläufe abgerundet, damit man keine Bierflasche darauf abstellen kann. An den Geländern führen Metallwände bis zum Boden, zu verhindern, dass umgetretene Flaschen hinunterrollen. Die Bartresen sind nicht besonders kantig. Und in vielen Durchgängen haben wir Möglichkeiten geschaffen, sich bequem anzulehnen oder hinzusetzen.
For a club that is based on exclusivity and secrecy, it needs to be safe enough so that it can protect itself from having to be opened up to the outside.
Niemand sollte auf der Toilette zusammenbrechen und erst am Montagmittag gefunden werden. Wir haben einige der Stahltüren mit Gummi gefüllt, weil die Leute, die draußen warten, mit den Fäusten dagegen schlagen, endlich reinzukommen, während schon 4 Leute in der Kabine sind. Der Club soll auch instinktiv funktionieren. Das heißt, es gibt kaum Sackgassen. Man findet aus jeder Ecke eines Raumes den Weg heraus. Auch die Toilettenanlagen sind so gestaltet, dass man im Kreis die Kabinen herumgehen kann.
Berghain may be exclusive because it's good for marketing. It might have an air of secrecy so that more people try and get in. But at this point, it should be clear to you that what's inside is underwhelming to explain. I can show you a floor plan, stainless steel bathrooms, and a Stalinist facade. But I can't make you smell the sweat, hear the droning sound of techno, or feel the comfort some find within its walls. Berghain was a fortress born from a time of authoritarian restriction. Today, its rules remain to protect a place beyond definition. Thank you for watching. If you'd like to support the channel, consider
This has to be the strangest thing to ever happen to me on a bike ride. I'm at the bottom of Great Fell here. I'm easing on a bar and I'm changing my GoPro batteries. I see a load of cows in the road. Didn't think much of it at the moment as the gate here was open and I just thought they'd be going in there. But they go past the gate. Then the farmer starts screaming at me.
Pardon? What am I supposed to do? Stop. 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 Bit out of my comfort zone, eh?
What are you doing?
This is the pig I've been sleeping with.
That's a duck.
I wasn't talking to you.
My kids are outside playing baseball, and they said they saw a little grass snake in the backyard. That's not a grass snake!
I just got this motherfucker beyond smacked, bro. He don't even know what to do with himself right now. Look, he's swinging from side to side, yo. What the fuck? He just disappeared!
Look at him go! He's so pretty! Sonny! Sonny!
Black Beatles in the city, be back immediately. Confiscate the money.
Never seen a damn pig. Yeah, that one there's fine. That one there's fine. This one here is turned belly up. Hey, you. Whoa, ho, ho, shit, the bed almighty. Ho, come here, girl. Holy hell, fuck.
Alright, tell your joke.
Why are you singing so funny?
Why?
Because.
Can I just see the bill?
Yeah.
Kai.
No.
Come. Come.
Fuck you, mate.
Y'all ever wonder what it feel like to get run over by a damn old combine? Damn! I guess I just had to keep looking for that rush, y'all. Hey!
Emails. Oh shit, you heard. Emails. Emails. Oh shit, you heard. Emails.
coworkers be like, I can't find you on social media. That's because I found you first, and I blocked you. We ain't friends.
Look at that. Did you know that Pokemon in real life are a lot bigger than what they are on the TV show? Their Pokedex size is absolutely enormous when you equal them out to the way they need to be. Hell, even Magikarp's bigger than my dog.
What is this? A firecracker shrimp. Shrimp what? A firecracker shrimp. Have you ever played rugby?
Hello there.
General Kenobi, I've been trained in your Jedi arts.
Are you okay about your rose bushes?
Yeah, that's okay. You guys can do whatever.
Okay.
This for everybody going through tough times. Believe me, been there, done that. But every day above ground is a great day. Remember that.
Elas estão metendo bronca, elas querem esfrega, esfrega, vem que vem, esfrega, esfrega, vem que vem, esfrega, esfrega.
It's crazy. You guys never knew I had glasses. Mad.
You're a nerd.
I know I'm a nerd. That's why I'm highly sophisticated. Unlike you, silly delinquent.
What's an ick in a guy?
When they're not respectful.
When they're not funny.
Flip-flops or Crocs without socks. When they jump in the pool and they hold their nose.
Do you have one for a girl?
If they're like fucking stupid.
Allora ragazzi, questo è un breve tutorial sulla pulizia dei filtri dell'aria. Filter Agri me l'ha sconsigliato come metodo e non si prende le responsabilità delle mie azioni. Perfetto.
I only have one card.
Wake your ass up, because it's time to go beast mode.
Man, shut your...
Mr. Bombastic, Bomba Fanta.
Ты так же молчишь, я говорю, кто пытается ты стала, не забывай так
Oh.
stable, it's insane. I have BPD, beautiful princess disorder. I'm so clear-pilled, I can see through the
Give me more, give me more.
You look lonely. I can fix that.
I apologize, Carlos. The FIA has informed us that singing Smooth Operator is not allowed due to copyright laws.
No, this is unfair.
It's unacceptable. Those are rules. We'll have to find another song for you to sing.
It's unacceptable. Tell them, it is unacceptable.
How are your tires feeling, Carlos?
I don't know, it was...
So we have received a 5-second penalty for that.
Presented in the class, so I appreciate you taking the time to go out of your way to get a better understanding of what we're really trying to go over. Steven, do you mind taking that filter off?
Oh, yeah. No, I was just trying to get into like the holiday spirit or whatever, and it...
Yeah.
Much?
Oh my god, dude. Alright, so I know that
кто нахуй? Кто нахуй?
Показывает кинокомпания TriStar Pictures. Том Беренджер. В фильме «Снайпер».
Another day has gone. I'm still on.
Hello， 大家好。
3, 2, 1, get it!
Imagine the day they see you again. And you are just, well, better.
What is the most attractive language a man can speak?
Money.
What is...
Estoy cansado, jefe.
Mi primera chamba. Me acuerdo el día que de la chamba yo me enamoré.
Oh my, are you a witch? Yeah. I mean, you look so cute. I love your outfit. Can you actually record something for me? Yeah, for sure. Sorry, record.
So someone spent about 2 to 3 hours infiltrating our base in this bog to run up the hill and suicide bomb it.
If she's got a daddy kink and she's Asian, try this on her.
Excuse me, what race would you not date at all?
Formula One.
Thank you so much. Oh, you're so sweet.
If I was handicapped, it's because of these damn legs.
Walk it like I talk it. Walk it like I talk it.
Bro, do you remember when you were doing the II and put a hole in your wall? Bro, Tyrone, there's like a stream able of that, but like I can't find it anymore. What is this?
Here we go. Ready? Get set.
Se escuchó un ruido fuerte en la pieza. A ver qué pasó. ¡Rompiste la tele, boludo! ¿Qué hiciste? ¡Mentira, colgala! Ah, no, sos un pelotudo.
I learned about roaches. I learned about kids jumping on my lap. And I've loved kids jumping on my lap.
walking down the trail, me, Gavin, and Greg. Say what's up, Gavin.
Hey, how you doing?
Here's Greg. What's up, Greg?
All bark and no bite.
And I'm back on my grind. A psychic in my lifeline, told me in my lifetime, money will help.
Alright, let's go. Shit. Alright, we out. You got it? Yeah, go. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm gonna need you, Darren, to just calm down.
Here's the question.
Okay.
Make me.
Okay.
That didn't sound like a question.
Cool kids are in the back anyway.
Here's another question. Shut up.
Hey, guess what? I'm gonna tell you something right now.
Yeah.
Frick you.
Frick you. What's
Frick
your
you.
mom? What's your mom's maiden name?
Oh,
Yeah, I bet you don't know.
Very normal.
Yo,
last
yeah.
name. You changed her last name, so Joe.
Once you get fricked.
第一届战斗陀螺大会正式开始，3、2、1，战斗开始！
Rocket League? Hold on. What's this? In Counter-Strike 1.6? Ain't no way, dude. What? I found Rocket League in Counter-Strike 1.6?
Tata, słuchaj, nagraj dla mnie TikToka, jak ja pokazuję polskie produkty w polskim sklepie.
Dawaj, bo nie ma czasu, musimy lecieć.
No.
No dawaj,
Dobrze?
no masz, no.
Siema, motherfuckers, jestem tutaj w
Zamknij,
polskim
kurwa,
sklepie,
ryja.
szukam bigosu, ale nie mogę fucking znaleźć.
Zamknij mordę, kurwa, ludzie się patrzą.
Oh shit, that was clean.
30 seconds!
My friend, where are you? I'm hungry. My dear friend, please don't cry, okay? You are a good boy. I'm coming now. Just open the door. I'm here outside.
Is that a perfect little tiny...
What's that? Smell it. Smell it.
Słoneczko twoje mówi cały świat, opromienią jak słoneczko, co przecie każdy raz. Lecz słoneczko
Jesus, I really do need to be taken out. Either on a date or by a sniper. At the moment, I'm not particularly bothered which.
I like it. The f is that?
Everywhere I go, bitch, I gotta keep a pistol. I see a op.
Ich, mein Freund, wir sind gerade enttötet. Wir sind gerade enttötet, Thomas. Wo, tötet, wo ist mein Scar? Wo ist mein goldener Scar? Einfach ein Fortbett, Junge.
Teach us how to do it your way. And as we see Joseph doing it your way, let's remember what you have called us to. Guard our minds and our hearts as we hear your word.
Next time you look at a girl's butt, just know there's poop inside.
Am I though?
Yeah, fucking I'd still eat your cock.
Hey, you're not one of those silly men that's dressed like a woman, are you? No, baby, I'm the real thing.
Morishanu, man, what an incredible victory! Yeah, now I kill him!
And where you're walking, or you and your homies might be lying and chalk. I really hate the trip, but I gotta low. As they croak, I see myself in the pistol smoke. Fool, I'm the kind of G the little homies wanna be like, on my knees in the night, saying prayers in the street live. Been spending most of the night, doing it the next day.
Man, thank you, Miss Ann. Miss Ann, say your last name for me again.
Supanika.
Supanika!
हमारा भाई पता रात को भाई हम गए थे घूमने तो उसमें हॉर्न नहीं है ना भाई रात को हमारी रेस चल रही थी ट्रैक बड़ी खतरनाक भाई इसी स्कूटी के साथ उतनी थी
Can always be thinner. Look better.
Well, maybe we shouldn't go out to dinner. I don't want to ruin your willpower.
That's all right. I'm not very good at controlling it anyway.
Tú no las tienes. Tú no las tienes. No.
Man, F McDonald's, man. I asked for a salad and they gave me a burger, man. I guess I'll settle with the burger.
Many fall in the face of chaos, but not this one. Not today.
Find your dreams come true. And I wonder if you know what it means. What it means.
Been the long way.
Got him.
All right.
What's good, my nigga? Nagita, someone with no hair like you shouldn't even be... I apologize.
Hey, what's good, my nigga?
I want you to give him a haircut.
Let's see, how about...
Shave everything.
What?
I don't want a single strand of hair on that boy's head.
You know, Nigga! Like, come on, I'm black. What the fuck? You know what I'm saying?
もったいないのでください。エミリコも苦手そうだったじゃない。
Es por llamada alcohólica.
Produciendo música electrónica.
You of all people. Guys, it's right in your name. Monica. Of all people. Guys, it's right in your name. Monica. Guys. You of all people. Guys, it's right in your name. Monica.
Stawię tutaj kawę, musisz TikToka o mnie nagrać. Trzymaj. Tu już idzie. Już idzie, dobra.
Siema, motherfucker, jestem tutaj w Miami Beach. Co?
Kurwa, ludzie tu są. No to co, że ludzie są? Nie mogę nagrać TikToka?
O kurwa.
Quiero verlo, conocerlo. ¿Qué? ¿Es negro? ¿Mi hijo es negro? ¡Negro!
Kurwa, ale jebie.
I'm special.
Yeah, we're all special.
No, you're special. I'm special.
You're a different kind of special.
No, you're special like...
Out till the end. Now that it's raining more than ever, know that we still have each other. You can stand under my umbrella. You can stand under my umbrella.
Just come outside for the night. Take your time, get your life. Shut it down.
Puede realizar 3 movimientos diferentes: la flexión, la extensión y el más popular de todos.
Sugar. Creamy peanut butter. Croissant. Nutella. Beans. Mitsubishi. Material.
거리 바깥으로 벗어났기 때문에 성빈은 편안하게 두 개의 부스터를 모아놓고 경기장 구간에서 기다릴 수 있는데 호주는 이제 실수하면 안 되고 경기장 구간에서 딱 붙었을 때도 여유가 많이 없어요.
성빈이 뒤로 살짝 긁으면서 조금 더 좁혀져. 한 번 더. 이거 일부러 긁는 건지 모르겠는데 오히려 직선거리에서 드랩 주는 것보다 여기서부터 같이 가자 느낌인 것
같기도 해요. 자, 전반적으로 일단은 게이지를 채워나가면서 허위 붙어 있습니다. 손흥민 선수. 드립 타이밍을 손흥민이 진짜 기가 막히게. 그런데 이제 넘어갔어요. 호준이 넘어갑니다. 자, 빌드 상황은 손흥민이 괜찮은데요. 밀고 있죠, 몸으로. 이거 호준이 넘어가야 돼요. 몸으로 넘어가죠. 이거 호준이, 이거 빌드가 좀 보여줬어. 빌드. 쇼카팅 타이밍에. 보스턴 넘어갑니다, 호준. 호준.
그럼 시작합니다. Poppy come smack my ass like the drum. 324번 탈락.
You're under arrest, so that's why you got handcuffs on, okay? So you're gonna stay here.
Jeżeli są tu jakieś duchy, wychodźcie! Znowu zadzwonię po księdza!
Kurwa mać, no. Ja pierdolę. My God. My God. You just made his night.
How was that?
Great.
Ain't no bullshit. You see my nigga. See my nigga with the joint in his mouth. You know he had a fire up one. Smoking the bandit. Let me give him a light. Whoppa! Give my dog a light. I ain't fuck.
Let me hold one. Yeah, man, right there. What the dog doing?
I'm a ghost and you know this. That's why we broke up in the first place. Cause
We're so sorry to hear about your brother that passed away. He gets 5 big booms. Boom! Boom! Boom!
I played these games before.
Here we go. Hey, wacha tuone. Anaitwa Mr. TN.
I swear, I'm never taking the bus again, bro. I was wondering why the whole ride smelled like cheese. I was low-key getting hungry.
Huh? Hey.
I know I'm going to get a lot of hate for saying this out loud, but women, if you are in a relationship or dating, remember there is no 50-50. You shouldn't be paying any bills, not because you can't, but because your man should be treating you like a queen. And I felt like saying that because I'm right in front of the Buckingham Palace in London, and I realized that every man should treat his woman like a queen, because otherwise there are a million others who are totally ready to do that. So don't settle for anything less than you deserve, ladies.
So when lesbian date, who pays? Anyways, here's how to tell if your sign is cheap.
Don't shoot me, no. You please, do not shoot me. Please, I'll give you $10.
Oh my God.
What pirate nickname should we give this treasure? You know, the blue.
How about Boo?
Freaky old pirate.
А ну-ка давай крутись. Да-да-да-да. Умничка. Вот это воспитание.
Ako titi masak mandega.
What the f?
I've sucked your dicks before.
Cześć, tu Grzegorz Brzęczyszczykiewicz, chrząszczy Żebuszczycy, powiat Łękołowe. Jesteśmy na parkingu Arkonki i spróbuję przejechać go całego po przekątnej na stuncie akrobatycznym nazywanym Chili. Debilu głupi!
God, Batman, I can only reverse time for emergencies. Superman!
Yo, bro, zip up your jacket.
Yo, bro, for what? I'm chilling.
Yo, bro, your coat. Heavy. Yo, man.
Yo, bro, I'm fine, bro. I don't need a zip.
No, you're not.
Yo, bro, people gonna see this fit, bro. I spent all day trying to put this shit together. Y'all gonna see it. You gonna see it, mister. Look.
This fit look better than yours.
I know, stop.
It's pussy playtime. It no matter if a nighttime or daytime. You want to send for your pussy, me fi make mine. You already know me not come fi waste time.
Porn, they don't really be like humping. They like put it in and start shaking. Why don't like Asian like porn stars be like working on their stroke game type shit? Hello, is this thing gone? Hello?
We heard you. We heard you.
Vai, 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 vai.
I can't put down the cup. Sipping on promethazine.
Why are you smiling? You're so nasty. You just touched all on your... What the hell is that? Turn around. You're my teddy bear. What the hell is that? Ugh.
What? Go! Go to the moon!
I need this pig like I need a hole in my head, but he's so damn cute. $12.84. I don't need to change either. Oh my gosh, thank you.
Yo, nah, bro, come on, give me at least a minute.
You wanna guess the color of my booty hole? You wanna know what I got going on down there?
Chill the fuck out, yo. You sitting there playing with
Herb serving you?
I won.
Exactly. He won.
Is that what you mean when you say furries?
Should I go to Finland or no?
No.
Why? What's so bad about it?
We don't want you here.
Why? What's wrong with me?
What color is your skin?
Yo, 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 yo. Yo. Yo, that's fucking insane, bro.
Happy birthday, Nicker! Oh! Oh my god! I just realized what you made me say! Oh dude, that's not cool!
Was the knight in shining armor in your movie?
Oh god damn it!
I don't even know what this is. We just doing it.
My cock. Where's my cock? What? My cock.
Exactly. Exactly. I'm weak. He abused that he was stronger than me. He abused that he was stronger than me.
I don't know how to jump in my son, you little nasty ass. Shut your little bitch ass up, you dirty bitch. Who the fuck is this long ass, long jawbreaker looking ass nigga named Miss Mary? Shut up, bitch.
Muszę ten kurwa cement zmyć z ciebie, czy co to kurwa ten proszek jest taki cały. Zobacz, aż woda siwa kurwa. Trzeba było się w ogóle bardziej uciekać z domu kurwa.
Savage load. That one is a savage load.
Sets on a truck. 1 to the kidney, 2 to
people who don't watch anime. With the endless amounts of good shows to watch, like JoJo.
Now tell me, where are the others? Fuck! I said four!
Guess you could say I'm inbred.
Just tell me it's not the end of the line. I never meant to break your heart.
Man, pull over, nigga! What the fuck? Pull over, nigga! Man, niggas crazy. Niggas is crazy. That nigga ain't even pulling over. Excuse me? Surely you don't mean to take him one-on-one, do you?
Of course I do. This isn't a battle royale.
Anyways, here's how to tell if your sound's cheap.
Algo siento en mi cabeza, me duele hace varios días. Mis palabras se me enredan, no hablo bien todavía. Mis ojos mucho me pesan.
See, I told you. Okay. Oh, okay. Oh!
Damn, bro, I have to make up. Hey, you know what I'm saying?
Good, bro. Good, bro. Good, bro. Good.
Why so serious?
No przecież wiem, jak to działa. Tylko, że nadal nie mogę w to uwierzyć.
A jak to działa?
Bentley. Bentley. Hey. Bentleyku.
Like it's my basic duty as a British citizen to say that I stand against racism. Refugees are welcome here, and no far-right group has any place in Britain.
Repositioning. Wait.
Man, y'all got me fucked all the way up, yo. You gonna sit and hit me with some bullshit like this? The fuck you think this is? You think that's me? Man, chill the fuck out, yo.
I would never cry to a song. Let's be honest.
The fuck you think fucked all the way? Man, y'all got me fucked all the way up, yo. You gonna sit and hit me with some bullshit like this? The fuck you think this is? You think that's me? Man, chill the fuck out, yo.
I would never cry to a song. Let's be honest. I am.
Sit up, never like you know it's what you pack it with some automatics. We gon' set them to have it. Wait. Woo! You feeling scary?
To skibidi or not?
Green light.
Red light.
Nigger light.
Have you ever been in an aeroplane?
Nigga.
Wait a minute, get it how you live it. 10 toes in when we standing on business. I'm a big stepper.
We trade one villain for another.
The low taper fade is still massive.
Now where could my pipe be? Garfield! Location of smoke apparatus. Feline! Where tube? Cut!
Why so negative?
Eyeball.
Never had a dog sit between my ass like this in my life.
June 9th, 2020, South Bend, Indiana. It's around 2 a.m., and while everyone is sleeping in South Bend, a blacked-out car is speeding through the city's streets. Inside are 5 members of the criminal gang known as Chillhop Boys. They're carrying handguns, flashlights, and even an AR-15. At around 2:15 a.m., the car stops in front of their target's house, and the 5 masked men jump out of their vehicle. They violently break through the door, which wakes up the homeowner and his partner on the second floor. The homeowner has no idea what's happening and instinctively grabs his gun. After a short fight, the homeowner is immobilized on the floor and his partner is caught in the bedroom. Over the next few hours, the pair is tied to a chair and interrogated to reveal the location of their secret stash. The victim is questioned rather intensively and even receives a bullet in his leg during the interrogation. Eventually, the homeowner gives in and leads them to the safe, which contains tens of thousands of dollars in cash, a few bricks of drugs, and hundreds of illegal pills. But just as the gang leaves the house with their loot, one of the neighbors realizes what's happening and calls the police. When the authorities arrive, they find a completely ravaged house, 2 people tied up, and a bunch of drugs laying around the house. However, nobody could have expected that this incident was part of a complex web of crime, fraud, and deceit that would lead the FBI straight to the mastermind of one of the biggest crypto hacks the world had ever seen. This video is sponsored by NordPass, but more on that later. June 25th, 2020, Cedar City, Utah. It's late at night, and a young couple sits inside their car. They're waiting for someone to pick up a backpack they've got. However, as the minutes go by, nobody shows up. But just as they're about to leave, 2 men approach their vehicle and signal for them to exit the car. The couple doesn't know the men and reluctantly steps out of their vehicle, when suddenly another man appears with an AK-47. At the same time, the other 2 men take out handguns and order the couple to open the car's trunk. Inside is a backpack full of money. Specifically, it's $250,000 in cash, which the men take into their car before speeding away. Interestingly, with a license plate from Indiana. The pair immediately reports the theft to the authorities, and only a few minutes later, the suspect's car is spotted by state police, who instantly begin a high-speed chase until 2 suspects unexpectedly bail out of the car. The men try to run through the dark alleyways, but are eventually captured. In their car, the authorities find a bunch of jewelry, handguns, and an AK-47. However, the bag full of money is missing. Instead, the police find a wallet belonging to a man called Marco Fernandez, who probably disappeared with the money. In any event, Fernandez is also arrested a few days later, though he doesn't have the money at that time. Interestingly, these 3 men are part of a gang called the Chillhop Boys, and it turns out that they also were part of the brutal robbery that happened on the 9th of June. It seemed as if the case was finally closed for good, but when the couple whose money had been stolen was brought in for questioning, things started to get weird. When asked about the money, one of the two accidentally tells them just how much cash was stolen, which prompts the officers to question why they were in a dark alley with $250,000 in the first place. The couple, now visibly nervous, explains that the cash was earned through various construction jobs in California over the last year. The officer finds it suspicious and calls up his partner to help question the two, but just as he arrives, the pair decides to leave. Something about all of this was extremely strange and led the authorities to open an investigation into the situation, including both the thieves and the couple. And just as they thought, nothing about what the pair said was true. There was no proof of income, no proof of working in California, nor anything else that could explain the amount of money that they had with them. A few weeks later, the authorities finally decided to interrogate the couple, and even though they knew the pair had lied, they had no idea just how weird the truth would truly be. The couple revealed that the money was actually the result of a 2-year-long online fraud operation orchestrated by a man named Robert Powell. According to the pair, Powell had been buying PayPal accounts on the dark web. He would then transfer funds from these accounts to dummy accounts using additional stolen information purchased from illegal websites. Finally, Powell would employ money mules, like the couple, to send the stolen funds from the fake PayPal accounts into their personal bank accounts, which they would go on to withdraw as cash and give to Powell for a percentage. So, instead of a simple robbery, the FBI was suddenly involved in a complex cybercrime investigation. However, things got even more interesting when the criminals told the police just how much money was being made, stating that they knew of at least $1.3 million in the last 2 years. There was just one problem. Nobody knew who Robert Powell really was, at least for now. Either way, the authorities believed that there might be a connection between the Chillhop boys and the mysterious Robert Powell. And just as they thought, the criminals confirmed the couple's story, adding that the robbery had also been orchestrated by Robert Powell, who allegedly wanted to gain influence with the gang. And once this was revealed, the authorities quickly changed the focus of their investigation, making Powell their new main target. February 2021, Highland Park, Illinois. It's the middle of the day, and a group of 3 fraudsters connect with each other in real life. They initially know each other only by their online personas, El Swapo 1, M, and Punslayer. All 3 reside in the US, and although it's unclear how they came together, they all specialize in one thing: social engineering. And El Swapo 1, as his name suggests, is also highly experienced in SIM swapping. To keep it simple, SIM swapping is a form of fraud where a scammer transfers someone else's SIM card to their own device. By doing so, the attacker gains control over the victim's phone number. This allows them to intercept text messages and authentication codes, effectively bypassing 2-factor authentication security measures and giving them access to the victim's accounts. Either way, the 3 begin planning their first SIM swap, and when they discuss money mules for the cash out, El Swapo 1 claims to already have a network of money mules at his disposal. Later in the day, El Swapo reaches out to a very particular set of money mules and asks them to join his new scheme. Interestingly, these money mules are none other than the ones that had been set up by Robert Powell earlier, and of course, this makes El Swapo 1 none other than Powell himself. However, the couple, which was cooperating with the police at this point, begins asking him a bunch of suspicious questions, leading to Powell cutting them off in the event that they had been compromised. This was a major loss for the police, but even worse, since Powell realized that something was off, he started to cover his tracks, both online and offline. He knew something was wrong and wanted to cut ties to any previous scams. But at the same time that Powell was trying to get rid of his past, the FBI managed to discover a bunch of strange stuff about him. Apparently, the 23-year-old Powell was living in a $2 million mansion in Highland Park, Illinois. Furthermore, he and his girlfriend had a bunch of high-end sports cars. But strangely enough, neither of them had any legitimate income. Mid-February 2021. It's early in the morning when a USPS mailman is on the way to Powell's home. The man comes to his house almost every week and always delivers the same thing, a fat envelope full of what seems like paper. However, this time something would be different. When the mailman